She's on Thursday told us, and we've confirmed it in the summary that I've just gone through with her, that your client didn't go to the program.
Yes, indeed, but it doesn't take away, my lord, that she, on the one hand, said that he went, on the other hand, said he didn't.
We have taken record,
Yes.
so you can argue it at the end of the day.
Thank you, my lord.
You don't have to rehash all the evidence.
Thank you, my lord. I will then.
Unless it's absolutely necessary, I'm not going to allow us to waste time to replay it again.
Thank you, my lord. I'll proceed then on Monday.
Thank you.
Ms. Lombard, I'm going to take you back to Monday morning, your evidence about Monday morning, the 19th of February 2024. You recall that now?
That's correct. That's correct.
Just to say shortly, your evidence that you got up early in the morning and you did your homework.
Can you please repeat that?
Your evidence led that you got up that Monday morning early and you did your homework, your huiswerk.
Yes, the guy man offered it fruit opgestaan in his werk gedoen. That's correct. That's correct.
Just tell me, as I understood from your evidence earlier, you usually make food for Ayanda in the morning.
Van eerste wat hy gesê is dat gewoonlik die oggend maak hy kos vir Ayanda. That's correct. That's correct.
Did you make food for him that morning?
Het even kos gemaak na eten? That's correct. That's correct.
And you took it to the car wash?
En even na die car wash geneem. That's correct. That's correct.
And when did he go to the car wash?
En wanneer het hy na die car wash gegaan?
Ik ook.
Ayanda.
Ayanda.
Toen Ayanda klaar om aan het trekken te gaan werk doen.
When Ayanda was done dressing up, he went to work.
And does he always go at the same time?
En gaan hy heel tyd dieselfde tyd werk doen?
Nee, hij gaat gewoon in dezelfde tijd gaan werk doen.
No, he did not go at the same time to work.
What time does the car wash open?
Hoe laat maak die car wash open?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. 7 uur.
So what time did you take his food? Or did he eat at home?
Hoe laat het u die kos geneem of het hy gereis geëet?
En die kost dat was overvat.
I took the food to the car wash.
At 7 o'clock?
7 uur.
En die meneer.
No, sir.
What time?
Hoe laat?
Dus ik moet hier gezegd dat daar was iemand dat komt van daar was een commercie te gaan emulatie. Dus hij 7 o'clock.
As I told you, sister, that someone came from the car wash and I asked someone, that person, what time it was, and the person said at 7 o'clock.
You did not give us that evidence on Monday. You gave us that evidence about what happened on Sunday.
En dit was hy het ons gegee dat dit die command gebeur het gesê dat dit gebeur het die Sondag.
What is your reply?
This the witness seems to be confused. Remember, there were 2 days. The one was the Sunday,
And even though it was 3 days, obviously it was the Sondag. That's correct. That's correct.
that culminated in these arguments later.
Wat
At
gebeur
Kelly's
het
house.
hier is later wat gebeur het by Kelly's huis.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
That's where the question arose whether you had the children with you or not.
En dit is waar die vraag wat opgewek was. Die kinders van die een of nie.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
So where we are this morning, on this Monday morning today, we put the Sunday behind us.
Maar ons nog is op hierdie maandagoggend ons in die Sondag afgelaat.
That's correct.
That's correct.
We're dealing today with Monday morning, the day that Joshlin was taken to the car at about lunchtime by Kelly that you testified about.
Ons praat nou van die maandag nie, die maandag Joshlin was na die paard geneem deur Kelly.
That's correct.
that Monday morning, can you remember what time Ayanda left for the car wash?
En iedere dag hy maandagoggend, hoe laat het Ayanda na die kouwers toe gegaan?
Ik kan jou wel meneer.
I can't remember, sir.
Did you take food to him that morning, the Monday morning?
Het u vir kos geneem na maandagoggend?
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
At what time do you know that you took the food?
Hoe laat as u weet hoe laat het u kos geneem kom?
Ik is niet zeker wanneer je laat was geweest.
I'm not sure what time it was, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Manu.
Armsa.
My lord, the witness is indicating to me that she can't hear what I'm saying.
Could you hear that, Ms. Lomba?
Can you hear the word of the Lord?
Ik kan jou.
Now I can hear my lord.
Okay, let's try again.
Thank you. Ms. Lombard, I just want to ask you, I'm not going back to Sunday, but I do want to ask you, after that whole episode on Sunday that you gave evidence about,
En dan moet ik terug aan die sondag toe vir die man. Die hele ding wat jy nou getuig het of gesê wat gebeur het die sondag.
did you talk to Ayanda about what you, according to your evidence, experienced at Kelly and Buddha's house on Sunday?
Het u vir julle gesê of vertel wat u gesê wat u weet wat gebeur het nou in Kelly en Buddha se huis die sondag?
Nee, ik weet niet of het hem.
No, I did not tell him.
Now, your evidence led that there was a polo at least once. In your confession, it refers to twice at or opposite the car wash.
Can you please repeat that?
Your evidence
En u se getuienis?
led that on Sunday there was a polo opposite or near the car wash.
En u se getuienis het gekom dat daar was 'n polo of voertuig wat by die kouwers was.
That Sunday,
Daai sondag.
according to your evidence, only once. According to your oral evidence, according to your confession information, it was twice.
En
Nou.
u se getuienis nou in die hof en was die kar was net daar en die polo was daar een keer. Maar u se bekentenis dat sê dit was daar 2 keer.
My lord, may I please object at this stage? Firstly, we have now dealt with Sunday. We keep on going back to Sunday. Secondly, that is not the only interpretation and that is also not the evidence of this witness. According to this witness, the polo was there and Kelly went there once, Kelly with Joshlin. According to the confession, if one reads it, one can hear that or see that the polo was there. At first, a first trip was taken by Kelly and Buddha and Joshlin, or Kelly and Buddha, and the second trip was only Kelly and Joshlin. But it's not to say that the polo was there twice. The polo could have been there on one occasion and remained there for both the trips. That's an interpretation of the confession. It does not necessarily say that the polo was there twice, and it never was this witness's evidence that the polo was there twice on the Sunday.
Yes, Mr. Armsa, any response?
Yes, my lord. In terms of a confession, it is very clear that the polo was there twice on Sunday. I know that the state led the witness's evidence on Monday the 17th this year, that the witness then said that when she referred to her inner confession to maandagoggend, it was actually, she meant Sunday morning. That is why I asked about the video. It is very clear in the video, if one listens to the video, on video 002 at 34 minutes and 12 seconds, that there was a discussion between Captain Solier and the witness regarding, before she started with that paragraph maandagochtend, regarding and confirming, okay, we are now at Monday morning.
All right, so
It was
leave
not
it.
written down.
Just leave it.
Thank you, Mark.
That question for now. Do we have the facility here to play the? We're not going to play it immediately. When Mr. Arumse is finished, if it's before the break, we can put up the equipment. If it's if he's still busy during the break, we can put up the equipment. I take it one can play it off a laptop.
My Lord, unfortunately, I learned this morning that Colonel Morris had taken the data projector and the screen with him when he left here on Thursday. I have requested the investigating officer to see if we can perhaps source those facilities from one of
We
them.
don't necessarily have to have it on the screen. We can open it up on a laptop, and I can open it up on my iPad.
My Lord, I'm hoping that the local LCRC office perhaps can assist us with those facilities. I have requested the investigating officer to try to make arrangements.
So
I'm
let's
sorry
see,
about that.
let's see what we can do. If we can't do that, we'll use our own equipment. Mr. Harmse, leave the video now. Go on with your other questions. We can get back to it.
As it may please the court, my lord.
You have it on your laptop there.
I do have it, yes.
And are you at that spot?
No, I'm not there. I can go there, my lord.
So
but
when we take a break, you can find it. And I will bring my equipment in, and we'll find it. If we really need to go there.
Yes, yes.
Because I thought we dealt with it. But
We did, my lord. deal
yeah,
with
we
it.
did. So
Yeah,
I don't know why you want to go there again.
I want to point out that the correction that she made
Mr. Harms,
is only the one part.
we
and-
don't have to repeat questions. We've dealt with that issue on Friday, on Thursday. But if you want to waste time, feel free. But carry on with something else.
I will carry on, my lord. You said that Ayanda didn't, that you didn't tell Ayanda about Sunday.
You asked the question, she answered the question.
Yes. Now, what I'm asking you now is, did Ayanda approach you about having seen a car or cars outside in the form of a white Polo outside his car wash on Sunday?
Soos u sê dat u het nie vir Ayanda gesê wat gebeur het die Sondag nie, maar het Ayanda vir u genader om gepraat oor 'n voertuig van 'n Polo wat onthans sy op by sy car wash staan nie.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Okay. As I started off with the evidence about Monday morning that you sent, that you said you went to Kelly's house,
Dus ek begin dit met die getuienis by maandagoggend en u het gesê u het na Kelly se huis toe gegaan.
you were asked by the court what time that was, and you said you don't know, but it was before the children went to school. You recall that?
Ons het ek het vir u gevra hoe laat was dit, toe sê u kan nie onthou nie, maar toe het die hoof vir u gevra, toe sê u dit was voordat die kinders skool toe gegaan het.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And do you know, did you at that stage and today, can you remember when the school started in the mornings?
En u onthou hoe laat het die skool begin daai oggend?
7:30, 8 o'clock.
7:30, 8 o'clock.
Okay. So your evidence then says that you were at Kelly's house before the school started, so you were there at 7:30, between 7:30 and 8 o'clock.
U sê u was daar by Kelly se huis voordat die skool begin het en voor die kinders skool toe gegaan het, so u was daar gewees voor 8 uur.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now you asked, your evidence led that you asked Kelly why Buddha and Joshlin didn't go to school. Why did you ask her? Yes, ma'am.
As far as I know, Buddha wasn't a learner anymore. So why should she ask Kelly why Buddha didn't go to school?
No, sorry, I mean Requin and Joshlin.
The evidence was that she asked Kelly why
Yes.
the children didn't go to school.
Yes, that's what I'm meaning. I
Yeah,
misspoke there. I just misspoke there. I mean Kelly. You asked Kelly. Your evidence was you asked Kelly why did Requin and Joshlin, you didn't mention them, but why did children go to school? Why did you ask her that question if you were early enough there before the children had gone or would have wanted to or should have gone to school? Why did you ask that?
Hoekom het u Kelly gevra hoekom is die kinders nie skool toe nie?
Kan u dit gou weer vir my verduidelik asseblief?
Can you please explain it to me again, sir?
The time that you said you were at Kelly's house,
Die tyd dat u sê u was by Kelly se huis,
if it was any time, the children would have not have left for school yet, but yet
as op enige tyd gewees is, die kinders van die skool gegaan met die maand,
To simplify, it's also an issue we dealt with last week.
en om makkelijker te maken, ons het ook gepraat oor dit laat weer,
Because I asked you.
want ek het vir u gevra.
thank you, my lord.
So you were there before the schools would have started the morning.
U was daar gewees voordat die skool so begin te daai oggend.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now the question is, why would you then ask Kelly why the children didn't go to school? Because they could still have gone. It was still before school time.
Nou die vraag is, hoekom het u vir Kelly gevra? Hoekom is die kinders nie skool toe nie, want hulle het nog plek gehad om skool toe te gaan, want die skool was ingegaan.
De tijd dat ik voor Kelly gevraagd heb, zei Kelly, is nog niet beter van die kinders om recht te maken voor de school niet. Dat is de reden.
The reason why I asked Kelly, my lord, is because I saw that Kelly was not prepared or not prepared yet to prepare his kids, my lord. Hence I asked.
Thank you.
Right, now, so your evidence, as you said, the children were there. Did you see them? Did you actually see the two children in the house?
U sê dat die kinders wat daar gewees het. U eintlik die 3 kinders gesien in die huis.
Dat is correct. Er was er 2, er was er die 3.
That's correct. It was not 2, it was 3 kids.
Okay, that included Rochelle.
Rochelle alright.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Now, did you see whether Requin and Joshlin and Rochelle had already got out of bed or were they still in bed?
Het u gesê Requin, Joshlin en Rochelle was hulle in die bed in of was hulle uit op as hulle wakker?
Hij was wakker, maar had in die bed gezet.
They were awake but was seated in bed.
Now just to clarify, we now know from the photographs, there's a bed in the front room and there's a bed in the back room.
Ons weet ook van die foto's as 'n bed in die voorkant en die agterkant.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
So where were they?
Waar was hulle?
Rochelle was in die venster, al die vensters zitten, dus Rochelle was daar geweest.
Rochelle was by the window side of the room.
In Joshlin en Requin was die voor de eerste kamer geweest.
Requin and Joshlin was by the front side. Room.
Yes.
Now, Buddha will say
Nou, hoe dit sal sê,
that Kelly went to work with Rochelle
Kelly het werk toe gegaan met Rochelle,
around 7:30.
omtrent soos 12 se kant.
Let's just pause there and the witness answer that. Do you know anything about it?
Weet u enige iets van dit waar hoe dit sal kom sê, dat Kelly het sy met Rochelle toe gegaan, geloop so 7:30 se kant.
Ik weet niet daarvan, want jij is zo met Rochelle.
I pay no knowledge of that, my lord, but Kelly did leave with Rochelle.
And would you agree that that would have been about 7:30 in the morning?
En u gaan u saamstem dat dit was so 7:30 se kant gewees in die oggend.
Ik kan niet zeggen laat was het geweest, hè.
I won't be able to say what time it was.
Want jij loopt niet elke tijd dezelfde tijd uit van je en hij staat weer toen of ik kennis aan school gevat heb.
Because Kelly don't leave the same time always going to work or taking the kids to school.
You see, there's independent evidence led by Colin Seegers.
Sien u dat getuies dan met Colin Seegers.
Seegers with a Z.
Seegers.
That Kelly arrived at her house with Rochelle
Kelly dagen of die huis met Michelle,
in the vicinity of 7:30 in the morning.
omdat het so 7:30 se kant in die oggend.
Kan
Ken
jy
dat?
my formuleer asseblief?
Can you please repeat that for me, sir?
There's independent evidence. Colin Seegers, the woman at which house Kelly worked, gave evidence. Colin Seegers gave evidence that Kelly, with Rochelle, arrived at her house at 7:30 that Monday morning.
Daar is 'n getuienis van Colin Seegers afhankelijke getuie. Die sê dat Kelly is aangereveerd by huis omtrent so 7:30 met Michelle.
Can you?
Nie daarvan.
I feel no knowledge of that.
But would you agree with me then, if that is, there's no reason to doubt that, if that happened, then everything you say you saw and heard would have happened well before 7:30.
As het so is, as my getuienis wat met Colin na dit is, dat dit ek wat u sê, u verhoor omtrent die tyd, dan wat u getuig dat dit vroeger is dat gebeur, die tyd.
Soos ek gesê het, ek weet nie waar was dit gewees nie.
As I say, I don't know what time it was.
You see, Bhutta would say, Mr. Pollis will say,
In fact, the evidence was, Mr. Armsa, that she arrived there that morning earlier than normal.
early in the week,
So
yes.
that's what struck Mrs. Seegers. Because she was earlier than normal. And she arrived there at about 7:30, just to
Yes.
complete the point.
Yes.
Because she said she used the following words to Kelly. Ms. Seegers
Yes.
said in evidence, and she said her words were, I noted my words were, Kelly, you are early. Where are the other two children? And then, of course, skipping a paragraph or two,
Yes.
Kelly then told her that they are not feeling well and they wouldn't be going to school. But the point is made.
Yes.
You're not sure of the time, so it could even have been earlier than 7:30 when you got there.
U is seker van die tyd het is al misschien ook vroeger as 7:30 dat u aangekom.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Right, then we can move on. Mr.
Thank you,
Armstrong.
Lord. Your evidence then also led to the effect that you got there early, you don't know what time it was before Kelly went to work.
U gesit getuienis was dat u was daar gewees met Kelly se huis en voorgewees dat u is nou seker nie was dan dit was voor Kelly daar toe gegaan.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And during that time, when the prosecutor asked you if there was any discussion about the plan and the money, you answered it's correct. So
En
this,
daai tyd waar toe dit die aanklaer vir u vra was daar enige gesprek gewees oor die geld en u het gesê dis korrek.
so this, what I'm asking you, so this discussion would have also taken place well before 7:30, or before 7:30 at least.
So daai gesprek het ook gebeur voor 7:30.
That's reg so.
That's correct, sir.
Then in your,
Maybe just, where were you when that discussion took place?
Waar was u gewees toe daai gesprek gebeur?
Ek het by Kelly Brace. By Kelly Brace.
I was in Kelly's place.
inside the house, front of the house, at the door? Can you give us an indication?
Kan u ons indikasie gee, was u in die huis gewees? Het u by die deur gestaan of waar was u gewees by Kelly's huis?
Ik heb bij de deur gestaan, ik geklopt
I stood by the door and I knocked,
en ga niet aan je huis in.
and I went inside the house.
Yes, thank you, Mr. House.
Thank you, my lord. So you went in the house. Your evidence is you saw Joshlin, you saw Edwin, you saw Rochelle, Kelly, and Buddha. Now,
U het in die huis ingegaan, u sê dat u vir Rochelle gesê, u vir Redwood gesê, u vir Buddha, vir Kelly, en vir Joshlin.
is that correct?
Is that correct?
Dat is correct.
In fact,
That's correct.
in fact, you said that you saw Stefano there as well.
En u het gesê, u het vir Stefano daar gesê ook.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Now, what I want to ask you about that statement, about in your 204 statement, paragraph 55, it says that Kelly, say on Joshlin, Kelly said to Joshlin, and I'm going to translate it, I'm now going to pack your stuff. In Afrikaans, ek gaan nou jou goed inpak. You remember that?
Kan u dit nou Kelly gesê dat dan nog aan die goed pak?
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
And then Kelly packed Jocelyn's clothes in a black cooler bag. Now my question to you is,
En Kelly het Joshlin se goed in die swart koelbak gepak.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
the house being quite small, Jocelyn being there, Kelly saying this, surely Jocelyn would have heard this. Do you agree?
Want dit is 'n klein huis of 'n klein vertrek. Joshlin het dit gesê van die koelbak en Joshlin so Joshlin het die ding gehoor.
Zeg hoe weer?
Want dit is 'n klein huis of 'n klein vertrek. Kelly het dit gesê van die koelbak. So dit beteken dat Joshlin het dit gehoor wat die man gesê het.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Now my question to you is, I put it to you that if that was said by Kelly and Jocelyn would have heard it,
As is dit dan as Kelly dit gesê het, so Joshlin sou dit gehoor het.
did Jocelyn ask her mother, where am I going? Why are you packing my bags?
En Joshlin het haar gevra, want toe gaan ek hoekom pak mama met my sak.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Did she ask that?
Ek sê dit gevra.
Ze heeft gevraagd.
She did ask that.
It's not in your evidence.
Maar dit is nie die getuienis nie.
Dat is wat die vrouw aan meneer heeft gevraagd.
That's a question that you asked me.
I'm asking you the question, when you were there, this was said by Kelly, Jocelyn is there, I'm putting it to you, surely Jocelyn would have asked her mother, where am I going?
Ek vra dit vir u want u sê dat Kelly het dit gesê en as Joshlin daar was, as Joshlin daar was, sê sy die man gevra, waar toe gaan u?
And you say now that Jocelyn did ask where she was going?
En u sê dan dat Joshlin het gevra, waar toe gaan u?
Ze heeft gevraagd.
She did ask.
And did Kelly answer her?
Het Kelly vir haar antwoord?
Meneer.
No.
That part is not in your evidence, in your 204 or in your oral evidence.
Daai getuienis in die is die eerste getuienis nou hier in die hof nie en ook in die 204 verklaring.
Any comment?
Enige kommentaar?
Heb je antwoord?
I don't have an answer.
Okay, then have a look at paragraph 56 of the 204 statement.
As ons nou dan kyk na paragraaf 56 van die 204 getuienis verklaring.
If you're going to read what's in the paragraph,
I want to ask,
it'll land up on social media
sorry, my lord.
because there's a meme doing the rounds that I use those words toward you in court.
Yes, my lord,
I don't know how
I can
people
just,
can dare to twist the truth like that.
Yes, my lord.
I'll leave it up to them, the ones that have time.
May I mention those words, my lord?
You may mention it, and at least people will know that I didn't address you that way. Because you can rest assured it will land up somewhere. But use it, because it's here, it's part of the evidence, in the context of the evidence.
Yes, yes, my lord. I can confirm those words are not uttered to me by anyone in this court. Thank you, my lord. Ms. Lombard, have a look at paragraph 56. You say it in paragraph 56. I'm going to read it to you in Afrikaans. Ek vra Kelly, this is now after the bags have been packed, and you say that Joshlin asked where she's going. You heard it.
Ek vra vir u met na tussen 50 weke gaan op 2 Augustus verklaring. En u sê dat dit is waarna Kelly gevra het.
You asked, ek vra Kelly, waarna is sy op pad? Now you're referring to Joshlin.
Kelly, where is she on her way to?
And Kelly answered, okay, before I get to the answer,
En Kelly het geantwoord, voor ek na die antwoord gaan.
do you see that sentence?
En u kan u sien het lyn.
That's correct.
The first part.
Is that correct?
Now, what I want to know from you, you were there. You were, in terms of the evidence, you gave evidence that there was a discussion. Sunday, Monday morning, you knew, I'm putting it to you, you knew what the plan was with Joshlin. Why, and it's been said there by Kelly as well, in front of Joshlin, and Joshlin asked, where am I going? Why do you ask Kelly, waarna is sy op pad? Why did you ask her that?
U is daar gewees en u het verhoor van die plan nie. En u vraag ook vir Kelly, sy kan nie meer moes nog vir Joshlin nie. En u sê dit ook waar toe sy op pad. En toe het Joshlin ook vir die man gevra waar toe gaan sy. Maar u het gehoor, die planne en ons identiteit kan hy gepraat het. En hoekom het jy dan gevra, die paragraaf 56, nee, waar toe pad is sy?
Maar ik was in de bak te creëren en Joshlin.
Because I saw she was packing in the clothing for Joshlin.
That is not the answer to my question. My question to you is,
So dit is die antwoord aan die vraag en die vraag is,
you knowing very well, according to your evidence, what the plan was, where Joshlin was going to go to, why,
en van die getuienis wat u gesê het, nee, u weet van die planne op aan toe wat is Joshlin van nou,
why did you write there or have written there in your paragraph 56, ek vra toe, why did you say, or why did you ask Kelly, waarna is sy op pad, meaning where is Joshlin on her way?
Want
Kerry.
wat ik dus sinds de pak creëren voor Joshlin, dat is de reden waarom ik vanaf vraag daar dus op pad is.
it's because I saw that she was packing in clothing for Joshlin, hence I asked where is she on the way to or where is she going to?
My question again for the last time, you knew what the plan was, you knew where she was going to go, why do you ask her where she's going?
Mevrouw, my vraag weer eens is dat u het geweet van die planne of u het gehoor van die planne nie, en Joshlin vra ook vir die ma, waar toe gaan sy, want sy klere uitgepakt moes nog. U weet nog waar toe gaan sy. Nou, kom dan u van die vraag, waar toe gaan sy?
Want ik dus sinds de pak creëren en ik heb de andere.
It's because I saw she's taking the clothing in. I don't have any other.
Good, I'll move on. Now we're back to the part in your evidence in chief.
You're not going to dare going to the second part of the sentence. You're scared of the TikTokers.
My lord, I can complete the sake, for the sake of completeness. For the sake of completeness, I will put to you then, Kelly said, upon your question, where is she going? Kelly answered and said to you, in Afrikaans, in brackets it is here, loopkak, comma, nie jou besigheid nie. You confirm that?
Because this is written in Afrikaans, so I'll read it in Afrikaans, and in English you translate, go shit, don't all, it's none of your business.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now, I can ask you a question about that as well. Why would Kelly answer that? According to your evidence, There was a big discussion on Sunday. There was a discussion on Monday morning about what's going to happen to Joshlin, the arrangement about the money. Why would Kelly now say to you, look, kak, nie jou besigheid nie? Why would she say that?
Hoekom sal u Kelly vir my sê nee, loop kan dis nie die besigheid nie? Want u sê dat u het kennis gedra of van jou beplanning of u verhoor van jou beplanning nie, dat gaan gebeur. So hoekom sal sy vir u so antwoord?
Omdat ik haar vraag aan, dus heel vaak dat ze hier hoekom ze me zo zeggen.
It's because I asked her where is she on her way to. That's why she answered me that way, going that manner.
I'm going to move on to paragraph 58 of your
Ek gaan inbeweeg na paragraaf 58
of your 204 statement.
en is dit heel eerste verklaring.
We've already dealt with that on Thursday last week.
Ons het al reeds oor dit gepraat, laasweek en donderdag, laasweek.
And your final response to the court was that you were present, you heard Kelly speaking to Butta. She didn't speak to him in advance, as your paragraph 58 suggests. You heard what Kelly was saying about 2 o'clock. Joshlin must be ready for 2 o'clock.
Can you please repeat that?
We dealt with this on Thursday, your evidence in paragraph 58.
Hierdie getuienis lê aan ons het oor gepraat met donderdag in paragraaf 58.
And it emerged on Thursday
En dit uitgekom aan donderdag
from questions asked you by His Lordship.
aan die vraag wat die hof vir u gevra het.
That you were actually there when Kelly would have told Butta about getting Joshlin ready for 2 o'clock that Monday.
Dat u was eintlik daar gewees die tyd wat Kelly vir Boeta sê dat Joshlin gereed is met 2 uur.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
So you remember that.
So u onthou dit.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
And then further in paragraph 58, what's important there is the second part of the sentence where it says dat die mense kom haal vir Joshlin omtrent 1400 uur, 14:00, komma, ons moet vir Joshlin reghou.
As u verder gaan hier in paragraaf 58 net aan toe nog eerste verklaring te sê dat ons vir Joshlin 2 uur gereed is nie, dat mense van Joshlin kom haal. Ons.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
So you remember, and your evidence is that Kelly also spoke to you, saying you and Butta must have Joshlin ready for 2 o'clock.
En u wil u so getuienis aan dit is wat Kelly gesê het dat u en Boeta dat julle ons moet vir Joshlin regel.
Sy het vir Boeta gesê,
She told that to Boeta.
But the last part of that sentence, where you say, in die tyd het Butta en Stefano mandrakes gerook. You see that? Last part of paragraph 59, sorry. Last part of paragraph 59 says, in die tyd het Butta en Stefano mandrakes gerook. You see that?
Kan u sien dat hier paragraaf 59 en hierdie tyd Boeta en Stefano het met recommenders gerook. Can you see that in paragraph 59 which says that at that stage Boeta and Stefano smoked mandrakes?
dat is correct.
That's correct.
Now Butta will say that he never smoked mandrakes at that time of the morning,
Boeta sal kom sê hy het die mandrakes gerook die dat tyd van die oggend nie.
and that Stefano was not there at that time of the morning either.
En Stefano was nie ook daar gewees na die tyd van die oggend na die tyd nie.
He'll reply.
Het u enige antwoord?
Hulle het gerook, Patten het hulle gerook en sy was daar gewees.
They did smoke Hudson and Stefano was there with the morning.
So your paragraph 59 then, in terms of your paragraph 59, Kelly went to work. And you said that you remained there for a further 30 minutes.
En u sê jy daar verder gebly omtrent 30 minute.
How do you know it was 30 minutes?
Hoe weet u dit was 30 minute?
Dat was mijn aangegeven wat ik gemaakt heb.
It was my own estimation that I made for assumption.
What?
Can I please approve the page, please?
Excuse me?
Can I approve the page, please?
Certainly. Just going to make it short. 5 minutes. Let's make it 8 minutes. Mr. Baranson, I will also bring my device in if we need to go there.
Thank you, Mlo.
Till 10 o'clock. Good leisure. second last paragraph.
I beg your pardon, my lord.
R4, second last paragraph.
Yes, my lord.
Movie 2. You want to go to movie 2?
Movie 2, video 002. And then on that, it is a 36-minute video, my
No,
lord.
you want to go to 34 and 12 seconds.
34 and 12 seconds, my lord.
Play your one.
My lord, maybe I can put a microphone next to my...
Yeah.
Let me put my laptop on the podium here, my lord. Okay. It'll pick it up. My lord, there the witness said, "Act stop now." And she stopped Captain Smith.
Yeah.
Okay, jy gaan dus jy terug na jou eie huis toe?
Ja,
Okay, so jy, nadat jy dit gesien het, hoe gaan jy na jou eie huis toe? Okay, kom ons sien net, jy gaan toe terug na jou eie huis toe, né?
maar ik heb het wel plek verstaan, dat ik om mij kan zien.
Stop your one.
Okay, so sy kon
gaan jy terug na Boeta en Kelly se huis toe.
Yes, my lord, what I wanted to just point out that there was a discussion between the witness and Captain Cillier, where it was confirmed, it was not written down, it was confirmed there, good, ons begin nou na maandag, we begin it, this is going to be Monday, then that's why it was written Monday.
Yeah. So what about it?
The state led her evidence on the
And you
17th.
can argue that. Why do you have to go back there? We all have Exhibit 1. And we know what the witness said about the different reasons for the discrepancies that you gave. Remember, if you listen to a video of this type of thing, now the witness, for example, says, "To where ek staan ek," and then it's clarified. And then what's written down is just "to where ek." When we have to deal with an argument, look at the evidence in context, and we all have the exhibits at hand, then we can deal with it. Just move on, please, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, my lord.
After Kelly left on the Monday morning, you've put to her that Mr. Apollos said he doesn't smoke mandrax that early in the morning, and Stefano was not there. And she responded they did smoke and Stefano was there.
Thank you, my lord.
And that was
I stated to her that we have dealt on Thursday with this issue about who said what in front of Boeta and her and all that. And then I want to put to her what my client says.
yeah.
Ms. Lombard, in light of your evidence, my client, Mr. Apollos, says and will say
My cliënt Jan Paulus sê en hy sal ook sê,
there was, at that stage, or is, no such black cooler bag in their possession that you referred to.
hy sal sê dat daardie tyd hulle het so swart koolebek gehad met hom wat nie gedoen nie.
What's your reaction to that?
Wat is u se antwoord?
Daar was 'n swart koolbeek geweest.
There was a black koolebek.
Can you indicate to the court, more or less with your hands, the size of the cooler bag?
Kan u vir ons aanwys tot hoe groot is die koolebek met die sand? Kan u ons wys?
Dit was so groot geweest.
Die wilders het nie.
Witness indicates about 30 centimeters wide. Yeah. The length of the ruler.
Die lengte van die lineaal.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
That's 30 centimeters, and it's slightly higher than that. In height. Just tell me, is it a hard cooler bag that you sometimes get? Is it a cloth bag?
Die
Do you
koolebek
know?
is het een van die harde koolebek soos een van die sagte koolebeks.
Is van die sagtes.
It's one of those soft koolebeks.
So it was foldable, you could fold it up.
Kan jy dus met dit val?
Koolbeek.
De koolebek? Ja.
Ja, jy kan.
Yes, you can.
Why do you call it a cooler bag?
Hoekom noem jy 'n koolebek?
Want want ik is de eerste keer wat ik gezien als zo'n kolenwijk. Dus ik kom ik genoemd het een kolenwijk, want ik het is een kolenwijk.
So not the first time seeing such my lord, such cooler bag, and I think it was a cooler bag because it was my first time seeing such.
Thank you, Marok. Mr. Apollos will further say that he did not see Kelly on Monday morning
Meneer Pollux zal verder kom sê dat hy nie vir Kelly gesien die maandagoggend nie.
pack any bag, no cooler bag, not any other bag for Joshlin with clothes therein.
Meneer Pollux sal kom sê dat hy nie vir Kelly gesien enige cooler bag of klere ingepak het vir Joshlin daai maandag nie.
Sy het die kleren gepakt.
She did check in the clothes.
Mr. Apollos will further say
Meneer Pollux sal verder sê
Kelly did not say to him that Monday morning alone or in your presence that he or you and him, in other words, ons, must prepare Joshlin to get her ready for 2 o'clock.
Meneer Pollux sal kom sê dat daai oggend Kelly het dit genoem om aan u gesê dat julle moet vir Kelly, julle moet vir Joshlin wet maak 2 uur.
Sy het dit genoem.
She did mention or she did say that.
To you or to him?
Het sy aan u gesê, aan Boeta of by die van julle.
Sy het met Boeta gepraat, ek het gehoor.
She spoke with Boeta, but I heard.
But you used the word ons in your 204 statement.
Maar u het die woord gebruik, ons in u se 204 verklaring.
Dat is correct, want ik was daar geweest.
Okay.
That's correct, because I was there.
Mr. Apollos will further say
Meneer Apollos sal verder kom sê,
that on that Monday morning,
dat by die maandagoggend,
you only arrived at their house in the vicinity of 9:45.
4 dae gelede so 9:45, 12:10.
Dat is waar, nee.
That's not true.
Now, according to your evidence, as I've already mentioned to you in paragraph 59, when you say that Kelly went to work, you stayed another 30 minutes.
U sê in paragraaf 59 dat u het werk uitgegaan en u nog omtrent so 30 minute gebly daar.
Kelly, what?
Kelly was werk toe en u het omtrent so 30 minute gebly.
Now please tell the court, Kelly is gone, Rochelle went with her, obviously, and you are there, Buta is there, Rekwin is there, and Joshlin is there, am I correct?
Sê dat my Kelly is weggeneem met Usha, reg? En die mense wat ook daar is Joshlin, Boeta, Rekwin.
En Stefano.
En Stefano.
What did you observe? What happened in that half an hour that you were still there? Can you tell the court anything that you saw? Who did what?
Kan u dan vir ons sê of u ook sê, wat u daar was, by 30 minute wat u nog daar was nie, wat het u gesê, wat het u gedoen?
Hulle het gerook en ek heb hulle gesit en toe gaan ek af na huis toe.
They were smoking, I sat with them and from there onwards I went home.
You see now, I put it to you that the police took an affidavit from Rekwin.
Ek sê mevrou, ek sê dat aan u dat die polisie het 'n verklaring geneem op geval van Requin.
Do you know that?
Weet u van dit?
Ik weet niet van nie.
Have you no knowledge of that?
See, in Requin's statement I put to you,
En Requin se verklaring, stel dit aan u.
he says that his mother went to work and thereafter they got up
Hy sê dat 'n ma het werk toe gegaan en hulle het opgestaan.
they bathed, washed clothes,
Hulle het gewas, het hulle klere gewas.
and then his words were, after my mother had left for work, Auntie Rens came there.
Dan woorde was, nadat my ma werk toe gegaan het, of nadat my ma geloop het, aan die reis daar gearriveer of gekom.
Any comment about that?
Jy het geen kommentaar oor dit?
Dat is niet waar nie.
It's not true.
If I may, whilst Mr. Ramsey is thinking, just to place on record, what was put to the witness now comes from an affidavit of a witness that is filed in the police docket, but naturally the same applies. That would have to be proved before we carry any water. And from our side, we are trying to spare the child to have to testify in this matter.
But Mr. Adams is still entitled to put it to the witness. So what's being put to you now is that Requin made a statement.
Wat ek hier nou gestel om te sê is dat 'n Requin het 'n verklaring gegee
And that's what he told the police.
en dit het wat die polisie gesê het.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan jy?
Verstaan.
I understand what you
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Yes, I may just place on record that I would also not like to call Requin be called as a witness, but if it's necessary, it should.
We can cross that bridge when we get there. If none of the parties call the witness, and I'm of the view that it's in the interest of justice that I hear the child, we can make the necessary arrangements then. And of course, we'll have to manage that process when we get there, if we get there.
Your evidence then, as you have confirmed now, says, which is denied by Buta, that him and Stefano smoked and you didn't smoke together with him. I see that. Then your evidence leads further that you went home. You recall that?
soos wat jy gesê het dat dit sal kon sê dat dit is so goed oggend en dit dan dit oggend geloop en jy was so soos jy ook gesê het dis wat jy sê dat jy dan na huis toe gaan en jy sê dit is aangeloop.
Correct?
En polisie. The witness is asking so that can you repeat it, please, my lord?
In your evidence that you've also referred to earlier on, you said after Kelly had left, and you stayed another 30 minutes, I asked you, what did you do? What happened? Who did what? And you said Stefano and Buddha smoked
Ek
mandrax.
het gevra wat het gebeur of wat het u gesien toe sê u dat Boeta en Stefano gerook.
Correct?
Is it correct?
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
And then I put to you that Buddha would say that is not true. First instance, Stefano wasn't there and they weren't smoking. That's all.
It was the question and it's been answered.
Yeah. Thank you. And then you went to your home.
En u het na u huis toe gegaan.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Then your evidence goes on and says, your evidence, oral evidence, and your 204 statement refers to, your 204 statement in paragraph 60 refers to 2 hours after you got to your house.
En u sit in het weer verklaar in paragraaf 60. Dit is even dan 2 ure nadat u huis aangekom het.
That's not what it says.
It's in paragraph 60, my lord.
That's not what it says.
Het says ongeveer 2 ure nadat ek by die huis gekom het.
So does ongeveer translate in the way that you put it to the witness.
Approximately.
But you didn't say approximately.
I apologize, my
You
lord.
said 2 hours.
I apologize.
The statement says approximately.
Approximately.
Ongeveer.
Correct, my lord.
I can see it's right there in front of me.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes.
Then your 204 evidence that went on about some girl that came in. I don't want to go there. Your oral evidence then led that at 2 o'clock, or maybe you said, I didn't write the exact words, but you mentioned that it was in the vicinity of 2 o'clock, you saw Kelly come back from work.
My lord, the witness is asking where are the defense now?
I mean, oral evidence. I'm referring to oral evidence.
When she testified before cross-examination.
Big pardon, my lord.
Die probleem is dat die vertellings wat u gegee het, beteken dat die aanstaande u gevra het.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
In her oral evidence, my lord, evidence went like this. Ek het nie saam met hulle gerook nie. Ek het opgegaan huis toe and then she said ek was by die huis gewees and then she said teruggekom na my huis. She came back to her house and it was and then she says it was 2 o'clock. Ek sien Kelly kom van die werk af.
Yep.
Then, when you gave your evidence saying it was about 2 o'clock and you saw Kelly come back from work, you gave evidence about a girl who wanted a sling bag. I don't want to go into that.
U het gesê dat u gesê dat u gesê dat tussen 2 uur se dan dat hy aan die sekretêr afgekom het en u gevra van die slimbag.
Just one moment. Mr. Adamson,
Maar no,
you're confusing the witness. And I'll tell you why. When she testified in chief, after she returned home, she started saying, it's my paragraph 181 of the evidence in chief, where she said, at 2 o'clock, I saw Kelly coming from work. And then she paused, and then she said, before that, a woman came to me and asked whether I did not have a sling bag, and the payment for that would have been a quarter mandrax. And that's when she walked, and then she came back. She left, she took the same route back. Remember, as she was going, she asked Buddha whether he's had something to smoke. He said no. Then she left. She went to wherever she went, and we're going to skip that. Right?
Yes, Malone.
And then she saw Buddha read when Joshlin was outside. So in the evidence in chief, that was when she asked, now she's got the mandrax tablet, the quarter mandrax. Now she asked Buddha whether he doesn't want to send one of the children
Yes.
to go to her house to check whether her kids were still sleeping. Yeah. But of course, as she came closer, she saw the kids were still there, and then she decided to go straight off. That was the evidence in chief. So that will skip in the 204 statement to 69. That was the question about asking the kids. And it'll take us to 70, because she now walked past and went straight home, saw the kids were still sleeping, and then Joshlin came to her house where she gave her some bread, etc. So that will cover in
That would probably cover
in the evidence in chief to where she will now return at some stage back to Kelly's house with the two children being carried,
Yes.
the 2-year-old in front and the 1-year-old at the back.
Yes.
That's the sequence that I have it in the evidence in chief, and I'm following it up to 71 in the section 204 statement. Not all these details will be found in Exhibit R in the confession. If that would assist.
That assists. Thank you, Manu. I want to take you, Ms. Lamont, I want to take you to your oral evidence where you said that you see, your oral evidence, you said that you see Kelly come from work.
That's correct.
And then the court asked you, what time is that? His lordship asked you, what time was that? You recall that?
That's correct.
And then your answer was 2 o'clock.
That's correct.
Just as a matter of interest, how did you know that it was 2 o'clock?
Dit kan ik vragen als je net aankomt toe. Wat vader met mezelf, dit is 2 o'clock.
The time that I saw her, I just told myself like it was 2 o'clock.
Now, Buddha will say
No, this on stage.
that Kelly came back that day from work
Kelly teruggekomen van die rijden
after 12.
naar 12.
Ik weet niet daarvan nu.
I pay no money to that.
Now, what it means is that he disagrees with you. You said Kelly came at 2 o'clock. He says no. Kelly came back after 12.
So wat dit beteken dat hy stem nie saam wat u sê nie. As u sê dat was 2 uur gewees, Kelly teruggekom van 2 uur. Hy sê nee, dit is want dit was na 12.
Is he right? Are you right? Are you wrong?
As u weet, as hy weet, of is u verkeerd.
Hij is verkeerd.
He's wrong.
Now, if you look at Colin Ziegers' evidence also, she mentions sometime after 12 o'clock. I think it was 20 past 12, my lord.
As a getuienis van Zieke sê dat die tyd vandag van 12 na 12 uur.
Did Colin Ziegers testify that Gary went home? Or did she go to her daughter's house? She left for Kelly's house. Came back to her at 10 past 12. From Kelly's house. Right. And she came. She was going to come back, and then she came back about 12:50.
That's after she's been at home.
After she did.
Yes,
And then she gave her the keys again
yes.
to go back to Kelly's
Yeah.
house. But during that period, she was going to fetch a shot first, and it took slightly longer than usual.
I remember that, my lord, yeah.
And then eventually she came back.
About 1
She
o'clock.
wasn't sure whether it was before or after 3 in the afternoon. Back to Kelly. Because she was waiting for the other Kelly, who arrived just before 5. Because she was coming to her mother's house because they were going to the graveyard.
Yeah.
As it was the birthday of one of the major. That's how I feel.
Thank you, my lord, yeah.
Just thank you.
Now let me move on to your observation of Kelly. You said that she came from the direction of the car wash. She's walking.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Then you said in your evidence, and Kelly went to her own house. She was going to her house. You saw you walk. She's walking in direction of her house.
Die
And
ook gesê dat sy na huis toe gaan en jy het gesê sy loop in die rigting na huis toe.
That's correct.
That's correct.
and your evidence said you went to your house, but then you went back to Kelly's house.
Die getuienis sê dat jy dan na huis toe gaan toe gaan die winter na Kelly's huis toe.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So you were at Kelly's house when she was there, and your evidence led that she was scolding Boeta, skel, sy Boeta geskel about,
He was by Kelly's huis en Kelly heeft voor moeder gezien.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
because there were a few people at the house there.
Want er was een paar mensen die bij de huis.
Dat is recht zo.
That's correct.
And in your evidence it says it was Butta, Stefano, Nilo, and that Joshlin
Je heeft genoemd dat
was there as well.
Stefano, Nilo, Joshlin.
You remember that, correct? Is that correct?
Is it correct?
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Then your evidence says that you saw Kelly had the cooler bag in her hands with the clothes.
Je heeft gezien dat Kelly de goede werken aan het kleren was.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
So now you agree with me in terms of your evidence. According to your evidence now, Kelly came back at about 2 o'clock and she was at home, and then you observed her with a cooler bag.
Is there some evidence that Kelly was met huis geweest, want mensen toen in iets die goede werk.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
And you saw Joshlin and Kelly walking in the direction of the car wash.
En je hebt met Kelly en Johnson gezien lopen naar het van de car wash.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Now, I want to, and then your evidence, there was detail about the car and which door opened.
En je hebt genoemd iets dat hij was die kaart geweest en dat de deur is opengegaan.
And that Kelly spoke to a woman there.
En Kelly heeft met de vrouw in zaak gepraat.
You remember that?
En eerder te nou.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
And your evidence says that Kelly and Joshlin climbed into the car at the back.
En in eerste wat hij heeft gezegd dat Kelly en Johnson het in de voertuig gevoerd aan de achterkant.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
And then the court asked you, his lordship asked you, did you see Joshlin again? You said no.
En de hof heeft vir u gevraag dat u weer vir Johnson gezien het, sê u nee.
Dat is recht zo.
That's correct.
Now, what I want to ask you is, you were told by the court to go over the weekend and go and look at your 204 and look at the Exhibit R, the confession.
Nou, wat de hof gesê het, u moet die verklaring neem between jou vier en die bekentenis en weer te gaan oor lang naweek.
Did you do that?
Het u dit gedoen?
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
So I'll put it to you that in terms of your confession, May I just take a moment, my lord? This was Monday morning.
Dit was maandagoggend.
If you look at paragraph 5, not paragraph 5, page 5 of Exhibit R,
As jy aan bladsy 5 aan bewysheid R kyk,
Maybe to make it easy, in the confession that's the statement to campus of the other
en dis 'n verklaring dat is toe nog veel tyd aan verklaring nie. Sorry. Die bekentenis wat in die kaptein se lewe gegee het op die persoon met die grys kop.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
There is nothing about Kelly going to work and coming back. It's everything happened that morning.
Daar's niks om kan Kelly werk toe gaan en teruggekom nie.
Dat was de reden geweest waarom ik dit ook gezegd heb dat ik het niet gewoon vertrouw nie.
That's the reason why I did not mention or that is not stated there, my lord, because I do not trust the lady.
So just did you read both of these statements over the weekend?
Het u beide verklaring gelees moet u naweek?
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
So does the Harris interview this morning up to the point where Kelly went to work?
Meneer Harris het vir u gevat tot die punt waar Kelly werk toe gaan nie.
That's now this morning.
Dit is nog vanoggend.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Where she packed some of the clothes and you asked her what is she doing, and that's when she replied to you in the way that you did it out.
En jy sê klere verpak en u het van gevra wat doen so wat en sê en sê vir u geantwoord op 'n manier waar die probleem is gelees het op die geskryf was.
She stole it.
As u het dit gemaak.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
So in the statement to Captain here, that part, and those are the words that I read out from the confession, verbatim, and people are saying, I said it is the house.
En dit is wat ek gelees het, wat ek in sy leer geskryf het, of is geskryf was. So mense het gedink, ek sê dit aan die jare se.
That was just before she left with Joshlin to the car.
En
In
dit
the
was,
context of the confession.
en as ons nou kyk in die bekentenis en dit was voordat sy na die voertuig gegaan het met Joshlin.
Dat is correct.
That's correct, my lord.
Do you not know where Mr. Harris is? At what point in the evidence?
Weet u nou by watter punt of watter punt is die jare se nou?
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Harris. I just didn't
Thank you,
want
Manu.
to be in confusion with the
Thank you,
witness. Otherwise, we're going to struggle the same way with these answers.
I'm indebted to your lordship. So my point to you, Ms. Lombard, is first you say Kelly got up in the morning, prepared Joshlin, left her there, took the bag, that's in your confession, took the bag, took Joshlin to the polo, which is parked near the car wash, put her in the polo, got in as well, the polo drove off, and you didn't see Joshlin again, and Kelly went to work. Is that correct?
Kan meneer alsjeblieft mij weer herhalen, alsjeblieft?
Your confession says, in the morning, after the discussions, after the packing of the bag, before Kelly went to work,
U sê bekentenis sê dat nadat die oggend nou nie, nadat die klere Kelly die klere gepak het en sy werk toe gegaan het,
she took Joshlin and the cooler bag to the car wash,
sê sy Joshlin en die koelebag na die voertuig geneem,
not to the car wash, but to a polo that was parked there, and Kelly and Joshlin got in the polo.
nie na die car wash nie, maar na die kar wat in die car wash gestaan het.
You agree with that?
Dat is correct. Is dat nou dat? Sorry, het is wat ze van die weer kan voorkomen.
Is that now the way she came from work?
No.
Yeah, that's exactly why I took you to this sentence. Now, again, going to refer to say
Ek gaan weer eens verwys na die verklaring wat u gegee het in die persoon wat u vryskop.
That's correct, my lord.
we are now dealing with what you told
Ons praat nou oor wat u vir haar gesê het.
Nee, ek verstaan nou.
Now I understand.
So what Mr. Haram says we did to you, what you told her was that Monday morning, Kelly packed the cooler bag.
Wat meneer Alex gesê het, wat u vir haar gesê het, is dat Kelly het die pak in die sak gepak.
Then there was that exchange where you asked her and she said to you that you mustn't ask her, it's none of your business.
En dit was daar u gepraat het met haar en sy het vir u geantwoord in die manier was die wat sy vir u geantwoord het, en gesê het, is
You with me?
bezig.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And then you thought that she had second thoughts.
En u sê dat een gedink, miskien sê getwyfel.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And then she walked across in the direction of the car wash.
En u sê dat rigting geloop na die car wash toe.
That's correct.
And eventually she and Joshlin got into the polo.
En sy en Joshlin het in die polo ingegaan.
And then they left and Kelly went to work from there.
En
From the polo effectively.
en gery en Kelly van werk toe gegaan daarvan af.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now don't get confused, let's stay on this page for now.
Nou, nou nie confused nie, want daar raak jy dat dit is maar bly aan die liefde. Op die liefde.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Let me ask you, on that point, where you said that Kelly went to work, how do you know, if it is true what you said, how do you know that Kelly went to work from there?
Laat ek maar vir u vraag, terwyl ons in die punt is. U sê dat Kelly werk toe gegaan. Nou, hoe weet u dat Kelly werk toe gegaan?
Want dat was my eie afleiding wat ek gemaakt het. Sy was op pad weer.
It's my
Daar
own
vanaf.
it was my own assumption that I made that she's going to work.
But you would agree with me what you have agreed to now, that Kelly got up in the morning, took Kelly to the, Joshlin to the car wash. It's different to your other evidence that Kelly had when she came back from work at 2 o'clock. Only then she took Joshlin to the polo. You agree with me? Can you see that it's different?
Sal u saam met my sê, of sê u die verskil waar u sê dat Kelly het vir Joshlin na die car wash toe geneem, nee? Dan op die ander kant sê dat Kelly het teruggekom van die werk af, en toe het Kelly vir Joshlin gevat na die voertuig. Sê u die das twee, dit is die twee verskil.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So, which one of the two do you say is true?
Nou, wat ek een van die twee is waar, of wat?
When did Kelly take Joshlin to the polo? The morning before work or the afternoon after work?
Wanneer het Kelly vir Joshlin na die polo toe geneem, voordat sy werk toe gegaan het, en na sy terugkom by die werk.
Dit is wat sy 2 o'clock van die werk afgekom het.
The time she came back from work.
And you were at your house. If you now stick to the story, if you now remain saying that it was after 2 when Kelly came back, you saw this when you were at your house, correct?
As u sê dat Kelly teruggekom is toe dan toe en u was by die huis gewees. So u het dit gesê van u se huis
Ik heb bij de rotsklippen gestaan.
Wat die liever sê.
Ik heb bij de rotsklippen gestaan.
I was standing at the wrong side.
And you can't tell the court how long after 2 o'clock that was.
En ik kan niet ons sê hoe lang was dit dan 2 uur.
Ik is zo ziek hoe lang was het geweest, maar ik heb het hard opgehouden.
I'm not certain how long it was or what time it was that I was watching her.
See what I want to also put to you, there is another statement that was obtained by the state, by the police. On the 22nd of February, Constable Sekobi took a statement from a girl by the name of Atendiwe Nkobi. Do you know Atendiwe Nkobi?
Can you please repeat that?
On the 22nd of February 2024,
Op die 22ste van Februarie jaar 2024,
Constable Sekobi, Refilie Sekobi,
Constable Sekobi
took a statement from a girl by the name of Atendiwe Nkobi.
at the verkondiging van Florence en Atendiwe.
Just spell the name.
A-T-H-A-N, no, D-I-W-E. T-H-A-N, D-I-W-E, Atendiwe, M-Q-O-B-I. She's an 8-year-old girl, my lord.
Waar die probleem wil is dat de polisie aankondig en
Ik weet niet daarvan.
Do you recognize the name?
Nee, my lord.
I think my instruction from Mr. Pollis is that this girl's nickname is Tandi. T-H-A-N-D-I. Tandi. Do you know Tandi?
My instructions is that die polisie kan sy my naam is Tandi.
Nee, my lord, ik ken niet.
No, I don't know.
She was one of the girls that Joshlin used to play with.
Sy is een van die kinders en meisiekinders wat die Joshlin gespeel het.
Ik weet niet.
You don't know about that? Okay. You know, see now what Tandiwe said in her statement is that after school on that 19th of February 2024, she went to Joslin's house.
Sy nou wat Atendiwe so kan sê dat na skool sy na Joshlin se huis gegaan
And she was looking for Joslin's mother.
en sy het Joshlin se naam gesoek.
And then, I beg your pardon.
Nee, my lord.
You don't know? No. Okay.
But you can still put the person that told the police to the witness for completeness.
Yes. Atendiwe then in her statement says that she spoke to Joslin's father, which now she saw Buddha as her father.
Atendiwe het kan sê dat sy met Joshlin se pa gepraat het oor die hoofse gepas.
And Mr. Pollis said that Joslin's mother is not at home.
En meneer Paulus het gesê dat Joshlin se ma is op die huis nie.
And then she also said that Joshlin was playing alone outside.
En sy het ook gesê dat Joshlin in 'n lewe buite gespeel.
And then she said that Requin was still at school because my school comes out earlier than Requin's school.
En sy het gesê ek wil dat ons sit by die skool maar my skool, haar skool kom vroeër as ons skool.
Okay, so then she says that As she was walking home, because now Joshlin's mother is not there, as she was walking home, she said she saw Joshlin coming behind her. And then in the next paragraph she says, I saw Joshlin walking from her house, but I did not look where she went because I went to the neighbors. So before I ask you a question, I just want to know if you understand what I'm saying to you. I'm saying to you that there is a girl, 8 years old, who said she saw Joshlin there walking. It was shortly after the school came out. So Joshlin was not anywhere else other than at the house shortly around 2 o'clock when the school came out.
No, my lord, I'm sorry, I have to object. The statement specifically says her school, which comes out earlier than Redmond School. There is no time.
Yes, Mr. Harrison.
My lord, one can make,
There's no time.
yes, we can make assumptions as to when the school, it's a case of younger kids and older kids. Rekun is older. And
And on what basis will we make that assumption?
because of what she says, my lord.
Now, do we know which school Ayanda goes to?
No, we don't, my lord, but the reference is...
Do we know which school Rekun went to? We know that
Yeah.
Joshlin was in Deersville primary. That we know because we heard Mrs. Mark's evidence, or Miss Mark's evidence.
Yeah.
Do we know?
No, we don't, my lord.
Do we know whether it's a public school, a private school, a preschool?
No, we
Do we know
don't.
whether it's a home school? We don't even know what time the school starts. I'm not going to sit here and speculate about things like that.
Yes, I'm
All we know is that we also know that Beckman didn't go to school that day.
Indeed.
That's common cause, it seems. And anyway, on the statement you read says Beckman was still at school. It's clearly an assumption, most probably, that the witness made.
yes, my lord.
She says she knows nothing about it. I told you you can put it to her. There's somebody that might say that. And because there's the possibility of Section 186 at some later stage. Unless, of course, you want to testify, then Ms. Swanepoel can cross-examine you.
Yeah.
And I will also ask you questions to clarify.
May it please the court, my lord. Thank you. I will move on, Ms. Lombard.
It's a good idea.
We're back to, you didn't see, Kelly, whether we are now, let me put it this way. In your oral evidence, in terms of your oral evidence, Kelly took Joshlin to the polo after 2 o'clock. Am I?
That's correct.
Then your evidence led that you went, after the polo left, you went to Kelly's house and you saw Buta and Nilo.
En ek gesê nadat die polo weggegaan het, die het na die recycle gegaan, die het van Leo en van Buta gesien.
Dis correct, ek is dit vanaand.
Kan jy dit sê? Yes, that's correct, Stefano.
Then your evidence went on and says that you took Buta to the side
En is evidence confirmed to say he het van Buta kant geneem, of die kant gegaan.
Dis correct.
That's correct.
and then you asked him, did Kelly say anything about the money?
En die het hom gevra, het jy iets gesê van die geld?
Dis correct.
That's correct.
and whether she still has the money.
En dat is in die sessie geld.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now, Buddha says that simply is not true. That never happened.
En Boete sê dat dit nie gebeur nie. Dat is nie waar nie.
Dat is waar.
It is true.
See, Buddha says, as your evidence also referred to the microwave and the hair tong and all that, that's the time later in the afternoon
As
that
die se wat hulle verwys na 'n microwave en na 'n groot aflating.
that's the time that Stefano and Buddha was walking around, going to the fixer and etc.
En dit is die middag, dit is die tyd waar Boete en sy verloop rondgeloop en geloop het met die fietsen.
Stefan gekom in die microwave in die lied en die aangedang by Boeta 6 eerste.
En ek bedoel dit was
Stefan het gekom met die microwave in die lied en die aangedang na Boeta 6 vir eerste voor hulle geloop het.
Stefano came there with the microwave, with the heat tank and the cook, the heat cook, for the lead.
Yes, that was your evidence, and what Buddha says is that that is the time that you are saying that you were at their house and you were speaking to them about the money. He says they did not talk to you about the money, you didn't ask him about the money.
Hy sê dat die tyd dat ek nou huis gewees, of weer na huis gewees, ek kom, daar was 'n gesprek gewees oor geld hier.
Ek het hom gevra van die jaar.
I did ask him about the money.
And then your evidence leads that Stefano came closer and wanted to know why you two talking alone.
En hy sê dat Stefano het nader gekom en gevra hoe praat julle alleen.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Now, I put to you that this is not true. That's according to Buddha, this never happened.
Ek stel dit aan u dat van Boete se kant dat hulle sê dit is die waarheid, dit is nie gebeur nie.
Dat is die waarheid.
The truth.
Now, I want to ask your comments on the following.
Ek wil nie kommentaar aan u luister na die volgende.
You made a statement, Exhibit O, and you gave evidence and said, no, it was not the truth. Is that correct?
U het 'n verklaring gemaak dat bewys is voor en u het gesê nee, dit is nie die waarheid nie.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
You made a confession,
U het 'n bekentenis gemaak
and you say that you were scared,
u sê dat u was bang,
you were nervous,
u was sinnesagtig
and you did not trust the woman with the white hair, Captain Silvio.
en u het nie die persoon vertrou wat die bekentenis neem en u het grys kom.
So, and in terms of your reaction and the evidence, you say a lot of what you told wasn't the truth.
En u sê dat die van die getuies wat gesê was dit was nie die waarheid nie.
Is that correct?
Can you please repeat that?
Your confession,
U sê bekentenis.
you said you were nervous,
U sê dat u was sinnesagtig,
you were scared,
u was bang.
you didn't trust the captain with the white hair,
U het nie die kaptein vertrou nie vir 'n persoon met 'n grys kop.
That she was not in a sound and sober senses.
sorry, my lord, I can't hear.
That she was not in a sound and sober senses. She
Yeah,
used the word full of positiva.
Yeah, that was her evidence, yes, my lord. Yeah. So, adding what his lordship is saying, was what you said in your confession the truth or not?
Van wat my rol gesê was, sê dat u
It was the truth.
Just one moment. I thought we indicated earlier that we have to identify every time. So the confession, when we refer to the confession, that is the statement you made to Captain Sylvia, the woman with the grey hair.
As ons nou praat van bekentenis, nee, is verklaring wat nie vir die persoon wat betrokken is by die geregshof op,
Was that the truth?
was dit die waarheid.
Dit was nie die volle waarheid geweest nie.
Die burger volgens is.
And your statement in terms of Section 204, is that the truth?
Before the witness answers. What did I just say, Mr. Holmes, about identifying the statement for the witness? Because we know the witness get confused by us using technical terms.
Yes. Sorry, my Lord,
So
let me
that's
just...
the statement that you made at Worcester Correctional Center with Captain Lombard with one eye.
Die verklaring van nou die probleem met die vraag, dit is 'n verklaring wat ek gegee het die by in Worcester gevangenis was.
That's correct, my lord.
That's very well.
Is that the truth? Yes or no?
As in die waarheid, ja of nee?
Ja, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
That's Exhibit X.
X, my Lord, correct. Now, so my final statement to you is, your evidence, which involves Mr. Apollos,
Wat ek wil in stel en ek sê dat die getuies wat ek gegee verband op wat meneer vertrek verband met meneer Apollos,
that he would have gone along, or that he was part of, or agreed to be part of, a plan to sell Joshlin
dat hy was deel van die plan om vir Joshlin te verkoop,
is not true.
is die waarheid.
Dit is waar.
It is true.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
My Lord, I have no more questions. Thank you.
So it's 11:10 now. Let's take an adjournment till 11:30. It's 20 minutes before we start with the cross-examination for accused number 2. Minutes until 11. Ms. Swanepoel, during the adjournment, can you maybe just give Ms. Pulani or my registrar an indication of the witnesses that will follow for the week? We will, the last I've heard this morning, possibly today the second interpreter will arrive, so that if we're only going to get to the real need for it, so that the office in Cape Town can plan for the second interpreter to travel down there.
Of course,
I suspect we will still be busy till later today with this witness. There's a possibility that we might finish the witness, but just so that we can plan around getting the second interpreter here, because we don't know what language you're going to use, but also to facilitate the process running more smoothly. Good. Just because I was told this morning by Ms. Pulani that they weren't sure in Cape Town what the planning was.
No, my lord, if we're going into trials and the trials, they would be rules and process thinking witnesses. So,
Yes, thank you. Court adjourned.
All right.
Ms. Lombard.
Goedemorgen, mevrouw.
Good morning, ma'am.
And how are you?
I feel better.
Okay. I am Miss Mkabayi. I represent Stevino, Tumaizo, Dwayne, Van Rijn in this matter.
Ik is mevrouw Kabai. Ik is beschuldigd met twee verdediger in die zaak met die loze families.
That's correct.
Sorry?
How old are you, Miss Lombard?
Hoe oud is hij?
33.
You are 33 years of age.
Hij is 33.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
Please tell me, how was your upbringing? How did you grow up?
Kan u vir my verduidelik hoe het u groot geword?
Ik heb op mijn plaats gebleven, ik heb op mijn plaats groot geraakt.
I was residing on a farm. I grew up on a farm
With parents?
with others.
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Your mother and your father?
He's a pa en moeder.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Do you have siblings?
Het u as broers en sisters.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Are you the eldest at home?
As u die oudste.
Ik is een babytje
I'm the youngest
Okay.
van mijn maatse kinders.
from my mother's children.
Okay. Did you get an opportunity to be disciplined and to be taught respect?
Ik was by jy sekerlik u respek geleer en discipline gewees.
That's correct.
That's correct.
By who? Between your parents, your mother or your father or both?
By wie? By u se ma, pa of beide.
Mijn ma en mijn pa.
Mom and dad.
What standard of education do you have?
Wat is standaard het u gedoen? Of wat is standaard het u gevorder op school?
Wat graad 7.
Grade 7.
Every girl or every child growing up has a dream, has ambitions. What were your dreams or ambitions growing up?
Elke kind of elke meisiekind as 'n persoon groot word, het drome, wat 'n drome het u gehad? Wat 'n drome het u gehad as u groot geword het? In ander woorde, wat wil u gewees het?
Mijn droom was geweest, ik was een model.
I wanted to be, my dream was to be a model.
And what happened to those dreams? What happened to those ambitions?
Wat het gebeur met die drome?
Ik is haastig om daar te komen, maar ik ga naar komen.
I'm not in a hurry to get there, but I'll get there.
Or you are still pursuing those dreams?
Even nog steeds die drome.
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
That's great. We have to dream.
Ons moet droom.
You testify that you have 4 children.
U het getuig om te sê dat u het 4 kinders.
That's correct.
That's correct.
How old were you when you got pregnant for the first time?
Hoe oud was u gewees die tyd dat u eerste kind gehad het?
Ik was 16 jaar oud.
I was
16, 17.
I was 16 years old, 2017. Was
Ik
it?
was 16 years old.
I was 16 years old, my lord.
You testify that from your 4 children, 2 are staying at home, if I'm not making a mistake, and the other 2, they are staying with Ayanda.
Can you please repeat that?
Of the 4 children, the 2 older ones are staying at home, and I took that to be with her family, and the younger 2 are staying with Ayanda.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay. Can you finish the quote with the names of your children and their ages?
Kan u hierop sê u se kinders se name en hulle ouderdomme?
As Rodrigo,
Rodrigo,
Roberto,
Roberto,
Ayaka,
Ayaka,
Aseko.
Azteco.
I will take it, the last two are fathered by Ayanda.
Ek sal aanneem dat die jongs, die laaste twee is Ayanda se kinders.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And you testify that he has taken these two and they're with him.
En ek het getuig dat hy die twee gevat het saam met hom.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And who's taking care of the first two children, Ravigo and Roberto?
Nou, wie kyk na die twee oudste, die ander twee.
Alles by hulle pa en by hulle oma.
Yeah, with their fathers, by the father, my lord, by the grandmother.
Would you describe yourself as a responsible and caring mother?
Sal u self neem as 'n moeder of 'n ouer wat omgee?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
Would you do anything that would harm Revigo, Roberto, Ayaka and Asake?
Sal u nie uitdaging doen wat u se kinders seermaak of seer laat voel? Sal u enige iets doen of sal u iets doen om u kinders seer te maak of seer te voel?
Yeah, my lord.
No, my lord.
Would you allow anyone to harm your 4 children?
Sal u enige persoon toelaat om u kinders seer te maak?
Yeah, my lord.
No, my lord.
And you would agree with me. You will do anything in your power to protect them.
En u sal enige iets doen om uw kinders sorry, my lord, the English word is beschermen. Thank you, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
You said you were taking drugs in the year 2024.
U het gesê u het Williams geneem die jaar 2024.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you please remind me what kind of drugs were you taking in that year?
Kan u weer vir my sê of vir ons sê dat was so te 12 dat u geneem in 2024?
That was stuck in pattern.
Tik en patterns.
When you say buttons, do you mean mandates?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Are you still taking those? I mean, tick and button?
Gebruik u nog steeds daardie dwelms?
And yeah, my lord.
No, my lord.
What effects do tick and or mandrakes have on you after taking or after smoking it?
Hoe affecteer hierdie dwelm vir u as u die dwelms geneem is dat dit in patterns nou in die tik? Hoe voel u as u die dwelms geneem is dat die tik in die pattern?
As ek te rook, as ek hoog,
When you take tik, my lord, you become high.
en as ek pattern rook, as ek nog hoger, en sometimes as ek begin slow motion,
And you with buttons as well, my lord, when I take it, when it's taken, it becomes even more higher, but will even become slow motion, my lord.
Can I just be follow up? When you take the mandates, the buttons, how do you take it?
As die mandrakes gebruik, hoe gebruik 'n persoon dit?
as ek nou die tik gebruik,
Die mandates.
The mandates.
Die button.
hoe sê ek weer op my lord?
Let me help you. And you can help me if I'm wrong. People smoke the methamphetamine, the tuck, in what they call a lolly.
Die mense rook tik wat noem is 'n lolly.
That's correct.
That's correct, my lord.
Like a glass tube. Sometimes there's a bubble at the top, at the bottom.
Soos 'n glas apparaat, soos 'n bubble.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And people can use mandrax, methadone, in different ways.
En die mense kan mandrakes gebruik in verskillende maniere.
That's correct.
That's correct.
When I grew up, where I grew up,
Waar ek geboorte het,
it was smoked on a dagga pipe.
was genoeg op de dagapijp.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
where people would put the dagga in and they put the cream on,
En
which
maar,
is
That's
the
correct.
mandrax, which is called the white pipe.
so dan gaan die mense nog dit die minutes en dan die pijpstuk en dit is genoeg op de pijp.
That's correct.
That's correct, my lord.
But I've also heard of people smoking mandrax in a different way or taking it in a different way.
En ik heb ook nog gehoord dat mense die ook gebruik die mensen op verschillende manieren nou.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you use the tuck in the way that I've seen it in evidence and heard about it in the past?
Ik dit gebruik op een manier wat ik moet verduidelijken wat ik ook voor gehoord.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, can you tell us how did you use the mandrax?
Kan u dan voor ons verduidelijken hoe verduidelijk dit u dan die mensen gebruikt?
Ik heb die patten gerookt uit de bottel, uit de bierbottel uit het equipment zo. Ik heb meestal net één keer peper gerookt. Ik heb bij een min dagen peper gerookt.
I smoke the tablet or the magic malone in a bottle. Can I use the pronounced word? The bottle head malone, the bottle head, yes. I smoke it in there. And then I'll also just smoke much of the marijuana malone.
Now, just for those that don't understand the slang, can you just explain what you mean by inky paper?
As for the ways of knowing the society, I can either be overduidelijk as you say that you empty paper.
Ik gooi die één keer pannen in die peper, dan gooi ik die crème in. Voor ik die crème gooi ik die zwart. Pannen die één keer en dan gooi ik die crème op. Dan is het sterker voor zij patten erin.
My Lord, can I ask the witness just to repeat please so that I can say it properly? En u wil dit voor ons herhalen alsjeblieft?
Ik gooi die één keer peper, ik gooi eerst die één keer in.
I smoke this cigarette pipe, my Lord. I first put in the cigarette.
En voordat ik die crème opgooi, gooi ik eerst.
Before I put in the cream, I first put in.
Dan gooi ik die zwart van die patten op.
Then I put in the pattern, my Lord.
En dan ik gooi die crème bovenop.
Then I put in, put in the cream on top.
Dan is die peper zo vars.
Then it's not that, then the pipe is not that fresh.
And then, of course, the one with the dagga, you will just replace or mix the cigarette with the dagga.
Die een met die dagga is dan weer vervang met die pijp met die andere dagga.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my Lord.
Is there a name for the difference?
Is daar een naam voor het verschil?
Is different, want het is weer een zekere way, er ook een zekere way in. Allemaal is het hetzelfde niet.
It's different, my Lord. It's how everyone is not the same.
At least. Now, the different pipes with the mandrax, do they have different effects on you?
Nou, twee pijpen die het een verschil hoe wordt de persoon als de persoon die die pijp gebruikt heeft, zoals die...
Just tell me, let's accept first a cigarette pipe.
Laten we zo'n vader sigaretpijp.
Way back it was called the brown pipe, and you had a green pipe.
Lang terug, dat was een bruin pijp, deze was een groen pijp.
That's correct. Sorry, my lord.
Why are you laughing at terminology?
Ook vandaag,
Sorry, my lord.
If you think I wouldn't know,
ik gedacht is al het idee.
so let's start with the cigarette pipe.
Laten we ook praten over de sigaretpijp.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my Lord.
Does that give you a high or a low?
En het maakt het veel werk ook maakt het veel werk op slow motion.
In het begin waren het meer slow motion en
In the beginning, you took us in the slow motion, my Lord.
And then,
En daarna,
en als ik die tak gerookt had, als ik hier wacht.
and smoking the tip makes me higher.
just thought I'd clear that up because of how she described it, the high, and still a little bit higher, and then slow motion, because it might become relevant as your question grows. I think I know where you're going. That's why I allowed all these questions, because I think you're trying to put the context proper. Thank you, Ms. Nicola.
Thank you, my lord. I'm indebted for the class. You are going to laugh in the stadium while modeling. You like to laugh.
Gaan u lag as u op die verhoog is as u model, dan lees u die ook van lag.
Nee, maar
Nou, maar
My last question to you was about the effects. The effects after smoking these drugs, then you've answered me.
die laatste vraag wat ek even gevraagd is dat hoe voelt de persoon als de persoon die dwelms gebruikt, maar u heeft me geantwoord.
Now my next question is, how long do those effects last?
Nou, mijn vraag is hoe lang voor de persoon onderuit die affecteert, hoe lang affecteert de persoon.
soos ek sê, is different ways.
As I said, it's different ways.
Be personal. I'm asking about you, your experiences.
Van eerste persoon, ik vraag nou voor u ervaring.
As ek die oggend gerook het en ek rook heel dag, dan vat dit lang.
If I smoke the morning, my lord, and I smoke the whole day,
Dan vat dit lang om uit my liggaam uit my liggaam uit te gaan.
then it takes long to get out of my system.
How long is long?
As u sê, dit vat lang om u in systeem in te gaan, hoe lang?
Sê maar so 2 weke.
Stel maar 2 weeks.
As ek nie geslaap het, dan hy 2 weke nie.
And if I had slept within those 2 weeks.
Thank you. You have 4 children, and in February of 2024, the last 2 were 2 years and 1 year respectively.
In February maand, toen de een was 2 jaar oud en de andere een was 1 jaar oud en 1 maand.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now, what would happen to your children when you are in that drug state? For a week, drugs are still in your system. What would happen to your younger children and the youngest, that is 1?
Dan wat gebeur met u kinders nie as u nou die drugs gebruik het en dit ook uit in u systeem van die wat nou u gebruik. Wat gebeur dan met hulle na die tyd?
Hulle was in woorde saam, hulle was in woorde by my en hulle gekyk.
They were praising me and looked after me.
Oh, okay. Did you also take alcohol?
Het u ook wijn gedaan?
Ja, ek het so nou en dan gedaan.
Yes, I did now and then.
Okay. Do you still remember how old were you when you started experiencing in drugs?
Dan u nou hoe oud was u die tyd dat u begin experimenteer met die drugs?
Ek kan nie onthou hoe oud was ek gewees het, maar ek weet dit was toe ek voor ek hoërskool toe gaan toe ek drugs gerook het.
Kan u weer die alles op u?
Ek sê ek kan nie onthou die ouderdom nie, maar voor ek hoërskool toe gaan toe het ek al drugs gerook. Net dat
I can't remember how old I was, my lord, but I can say like when I went to high school, before I went to high school, I really experimented with tip.
But can I just check? Did you complete grade 7?
Ik die graad 7 voltooid.
nee my lord.
Nou, my lord.
Now, I don't know, where did you go to school?
My school gegaan.
By Watsenberg Primary was laagskool.
It's a very primary, it's a primary school.
So you were just in the primary school, you never went to high school.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
Can you recall what standard or grade you were in when you started experimenting with drugs?
En ewig, dat u vir ons sê, en u nou, al was u gewees, die tyd wat u op wat u gewees, die tyd die begin dat ek verdeer met die twins.
Ik was 16 jaar oud geweest, weet ik al. Waarom?
I was 16 years old already, my lord, when I started smoking.
And you told us that at the time, in February of last year, you were smoking twice or thrice a day.
U het vir ons gesê, op die hoofd gesê, dat die laas jaar, February 2022, u het 3 keer op 3 keer gedoen de dag.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kabai.
Thank you, my lord. Miss Lombard, would you describe yourself as a drug addict?
Sal u dan uself beskryf as 'n persoon wat dwelmvrye gebruik verslaaf is in dwelms?
Nou niet verslaven, ik zou mezelf op mijn eigen borst drukken.
I won't say that I'm an addict, my lord, thank you.
Ik zal zelf op mijn eigen borst drukken, zal ik zeggen, is gebruik drugs.
I will tell myself that yes, I do use drugs, but I'm not a drug addict.
Thank you. It is your testimony that you've been knowing my client for a period between 7 and 8 months.
U was getuienis geweest dat u ken vir my cliënt was 7, 8 maande.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
How do you count that 7 to 8 months, or where do you start to count that 7 to 8 months?
Hoe tel u dan hierdie aan 7 tot 8 maande of waar begin dit om te sê waar eindig dit om te sê dit is 8 maande?
Die tijd dat hij van Ayanda gejaagd op de car was.
The time that he helped Ayanda at the car wash.
I don't know the time.
Ik weet niet wanneer was het nu.
Nee, my lord.
No,
Can you remember whether it was in the winter?
Can
Or-
you-
Because if we count back and you go to the winter of 2023, or was it closer to the beginning of 2023 or closer to the end of 2023 that you encountered him for the first time?
as ons nou tel nee, soos hy sê 7 tot 8 maande nee, nou ons en sê dat ons nou tel dat ons winter nee, dat dit van 2023 ons tel daar vanaf nee, en terwyl dan die 8 maande. Was dit van daai tyd af of was dit die begin van 2023 of na die einde van 2023?
Dat was het begin van 2023.
The beginning of 2023.
Can you recall whether your youngest was born already?
Kan u miskien onthou was die jongste kind gebore al?
My kinders.
Yeah, when you met him, did you already have the second one with Ayanda, the youngest one?
That's,
Toe u kom ontmoet, het u al die jongste kind gehad nou?
that's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Then we know it was less than a year
Dan ongeveer dan nou is minder as 'n jaar.
That's correct, my lord.
because your child was 1 year old in February of last year.
Want die kind was 'n jaar oud laas jaar.
No. Then I'm sorry, then it could be more than a year because if you had met him when the child was a small baby, 1 year would have elapsed. Can you remember how old your child was, the youngest one, Aseko, when you met Mr. Van Rijk, Steffi?
Kan u sê of kan u onthou hoe oud was u se jongste kind? Die tyd wat u van meneer Stefano
Hij was al een jaar oud geweest.
Alreeds a year.
He was a year old.
Because Aseko is the youngest. He's the one that's 1 year old.
As ek was die jongste een, is die een wat 'n jaar oud is.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So he
Hij
was
is nu
born.
2 jaar oud.
He's 2 years now.
No, but when you met him, we're talking about between the time that the witness met Mr. Van Rijn and February of last year.
Ons praat dan van die tyd dat een familie van hy beskuldig om twee geken het op bekend gemaak het oor die. Ons praat van die tyd.
Nee, ek verstaan nou, my lord.
No one understands.
Hy was nog nie 1 jaar oud gewees nie.
He was not today yet.
So it's less than a year. Yes, Miss Kabay. But just to follow up on that, but you also indicated you're not really friends with him.
En hy het ook genoem dat hy is die enkelike vriende sal doen.
Dis correct, my lord.
You just met him because of Mr. Apollos.
En hy het net hom geken dat hy die Apollos.
Dis correct, en Bika was.
That's correct, my lord, by the car wash.
You use the term in your evidence,
I don't see.
as we say in Afrikaans, because you said it in Afrikaans. You het nie in sy geselskap gesit. You didn't really keep company with him.
Hy het die nou woorde wat gebruik het, die Afrikaanse woord gebruik. Hy het in sy geselskap gesit, die kampers aan toe gebruik.
Dis correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Was he just your rotere broer? Your smoking brother?
Hulle is saamgeroek.
Dis correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
You need to smoke together. Yes.
Did they smoke together or they didn't, my lord?
They did.
They did, okay. Miss Leonard, I'm still in my question of this 7 to 8 months. When did you give statement? Let me rephrase my question. When you said you've been knowing my client for a period between 7 and 8 months, were you referring to that period until February 2024?
Just a moment. Ms. Pulani, do you need a break?
Yes, Lord.
Oh, sorry.
It's 12 o'clock. Let's try and make it for, will 15 minutes assist you?
Yes, I would just need some sweet for the throat.
Just come up to my chambers. I think I've got something that can help you. Thank you. Let's just give the interpreter an opportunity to recover. Court will adjourn.
Yeah, no, we'll have to. So fast
I'm still,
Yeah,
but
I'm
now
saying-
in this one, I'm going
correct, my lord.
Do you have Ayaka's birthday? Can you remember it?
Kan u Ayanda se verjaarsdag onthou?
Die 21ste
First
November.
November.
2021.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
So Ayaka was born 21 November 2021. That's how I've noted it.
Is Ayaka your first child with Ayanda or your second child?
As Ayanda is sy eerste kind met Ayanda op die tweede kind.
Die eerste een.
First child.
Okay. Now, if you are having a child with Ayanda and this child was born on the 21st of November 2021. Yes, 2021. Why, when I asked you, when did you meet Ayanda, you said it was between 2022 and 2023?
Die tyd wat ek vir gevra het, wanneer ek vir Ayanda ontmoet, toe sê ek is in 2023, maar Ayanda nie is gebore eers die 21ste van Oktober maand 2022.
Jy was nie verseker gewees nie.
I was not certain
About what?
die verskil
Wanneer ek hom gemeet.
when I met him.
As uncertain as you might be, can that uncertainty give you to a date after the birth of your child?
As u sê u was onseker, en soos u sê u was onseker, dan u gee dan 'n datum na u kind gebore was.
Nee, my lord.
No,
But we've just done that.
maar u het dit nooit dit gedoen.
Ms. Lombard, remember, Ms. Nkabaye asked you, when did you meet Ayanda?
Ek dink dat mevrou Lombard vir baie het u gevra wanneer het u vir Ayanda ontmoet.
That's correct.
That's correct, my lord.
Then you said 2022 or 2023, where you were uncertain.
Die het geantwoord, sy sê 2022 en sy was onseker.
That's correct.
That's correct.
That's when I stepped in to clarify, and I thought best to go to the dates of birth of the date of birth of the oldest of the two, because that will give us some idea.
Dit is wanneer ek het gereed om te vra wanneer was die oudste kind gebore is, so dit maar om daarop kan idee kry.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now the question is, you remembered the date of birth of Ayaka was the oldest one, the younger one is Aseko, as I had.
U was gevra oor die gebore datum van Ayaka en wat die oudste een is Seko.
That's correct.
That's correct, my lord.
Now the question is, why would you give the date after the date of birth of the oldest of the two?
Nou die vraag is, hoekom gee u dan 'n datum nie wat 'n datum nadat u kind gebore was?
Ek het verkeerd gepraat, my lord.
I spoke wrong, my lord.
Thank you.
It is your evidence that on your arrival in Saldanha, you stayed with a brother or a sister, with your brother or your sister. Okay.
En even sinds ik heb hier gebleven oriënteren in Saldanha, ik ben niet broer gebleven of zuster,
Met my broer.
with my brother.
When did you start staying with Ayanda?
Wanneer ik begin met Ayanda te bly,
Hy was toen 21.
it was 2021.
Was it before you gave birth to Ayaka?
Was het voor ik geboorte gegeven in Ayanda?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Were you still pregnant at that time, or it was before your pregnancy when you started to stay with Ayanda?
Was u zwanger geweest of was u al reeds zwanger or was het voor u zwanger geworden het?
Voor ik zwanger geweest ben.
Before I became pregnant.
When you met him or when you started staying with him, how many business interests was he involved in?
En voordat u begin het om zo'n rond hoeveel besigheid het hy gehad?
Hy het dwalms gebruik, dwalms gaan verkoop en het 'n stripjaar gehad in 'n car was.
He was selling drugs, had a scrapyard and a car wash.
He has 3 business interests when you met him or when you started staying with him.
En hy het 3 besigheidsvaardig wat u op ontmoet het of die wat u zijn domme geverder het.
Dit wat ek ontmoet het.
The time that I met him.
Now you are staying with him. Any other business interest he was involved in?
U bly mos aan die boom en die ander besigheidsvaardig.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Are you aware of the fight, or were you told, or did he tell you of the fight he had between Steveno's friends and himself?
Weet u dat u kennis van de verklaring of het hy vir u gesê van die verklaring wat aan gesin was het vir die losse vrienden?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
You are not aware of this.
U weet het van dit.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
When you heard that my client is suspecting Ayanda of being involved in the disappearance of Joshlin, how did you take that? How did you feel?
Hoe het u gevoel toe u hoor dat beskuldiging twee beding op ding van Ayanda is betrokken in die verdwijning van Joshlin? I don't understand. Die probeer gaan net, hoe het u gevoel het, of hoe het u gevoel het dat u gehoor het, wat die mense sê of gesê was dat Ayanda is betrokken in die verdwijning van Joshlin.
Just on the translation, it's not the Mensa, it's Stefano's suspicion. That's, I'm just trying to.
Maybe just clarify, did you ever hear, because we heard evidence when the police first spoke to him, to Stefano, he came up with this speculation about Ayanda with potential involvement. We also know that at some stage, it was the 29th of February, so this was before your arrest, the community actually took him and Ayanda to the police station. Now the question is, how did you feel about him specifically when you heard that he was spreading the story that Ayanda might be involved?
Hoe het u gevoel, die hoef nou referendum, hoe het u gevoel, die politie het hulle gedoen, nee? En dit was 2 dae voor sy arrestasie. En toe het hy beskuldig met 2
It was 2 weke,
2 weke.
about 2 weeks before her arrest.
2 weke voordat hy gearresteer was. Nee? Toe was het gesê, toe sê beskuldig met 2 dat, verspreid beskuldig met 2 dat Ayanda is betrokke in die verdwijning van Joshlin.
Ik had er geloot en ik was gestrest geweest.
I couldn't believe it, my Lord, and I was stressed.
Thank you, my Lord. And how did you feel towards my client who was suspecting you, Ayanda?
En hoe dat u gevoel nie oor beskuldig met 2 wat gesê het dat Ayanda is betrokke in die verdwijning van Joshlin.
Ik was kwaad voor hem geweest.
I was angry at him.
You testify that my client was assisting Ayanda in his car wash for 1 to 2 days.
U het getuig dat my cliënt het vir Ayanda gehelp in die kouers van 1 en 2 jaar.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Do you remember when was this?
Kan u onthou wanneer was dit?
Dat was geweest 2023.
2023.
2023 has 12 months.
2023 het 12 maanden.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my Lord.
When in 2023?
Wanneer in 2023?
Dat was in februari maand geweest.
In Februari.
And how did you know this?
Weet u dit geweet?
Want ik heb het onthouden.
Because I remember it.
Want dat was de eerste keer wat ik van Ayanda gejaagd in de car was.
Because that was the first time he assisted or helped Ayanda at the car wash.
Did you see him?
Can you repeat that?
Did you see him?
Did you also see?
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my Lord.
If you saw my client in February of 2023,
As u met die gezien het in 2023,
it means you were misleading this court when you said,
dit beteken dat u hierdie aanbehoef mislei, dit wat u sê,
when you agreed that you first saw him in July of 2023.
en wanneer u gesê dat u op die eerste keer gesien in Julie. No, my Lord, I don't understand. U het gesê net, u het vir hom verskil van noteer. Die eerste keer gesien in Julie, of die eerste keer geontmoet in Julie 2023. Toe het u nog gedink om te sê, en het vir Ayanda gehelp, by die kouers in 2023. En toe vraag die probeer dat die jaar het 12 maand. Toe sê die in Februari maand. So, die progressie dat u het gesê, en eerste keer in Julie 2023, ek kom die eerste keer ontmoet, nou u sê nou is Februari maand 2023. So dit beteken een aantal meer die ek die hoek gejoek.
Dat was in July maand.
Dit was in July maand.
What was in July?
Can you repeat that again?
What was in July?
But it wasn't really in July.
En ik voor hem gemeet.
I met it in July.
You see, counsel asked you earlier, when was the first time you saw him?
Verstand u die procurering vir u gevra?
She started off by starting, when was the last time you saw him?
Hy het eers begin sê, te sê, wanneer was die laaste keer wat u hom gesien het?
And then you answered, 19th of February last year.
En u het geantwoord die 19 Februari laas jaar.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, before that, she asked you, for how long have you known him?
En voordat hij zei dat ik mevrouw Boelman met die van ken,
That's when you guesstimate was 7 to 8 months.
en dit is wanneer die geraai om te zeggen dat 7 tot 8 maanden.
Can you recall that?
Kan u dat onthou?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Then Mr. Kabai did a count back. My note actually says she's now counting back.
En dit is waar ze begint om terug te tel.
And then she came to a statement that she made to you that was, so that means you first saw him in July of 2023, which you confirmed.
En dit is waar je zegt aan de boel gezegd dat de toekening in juli tot en met 2021 veranderd jaar.
Can you recall that?
Kan u dat onthou?
That's correct.
That's correct, my lord.
Now you're telling us, you first told us that you specifically remembered that you met him in February of 2023.
Nou het u geantwoord te zeggen dat nou u onthou dat u komt specifiek in februari maand 2023 genoemd.
Now, Mr. Kabai, put it to you that it means when you told us earlier on it was in July of 2023, you lied to the court.
Nou, mevrouw Kraal, u kunt bevestigen dat als u zegt dat u komt aan July 2023 aan u geboek.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan u?
Ik verstaan, my lord.
I understand, my lord.
Do you have a comment to the statement she makes?
Heeft u een commentaar op wat u heeft gezegd?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Kabai.
Thank you, my lord. You testify that you don't really sit in my client's company.
U heeft verteld dat u zit in de gezelschap.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Can you advance any reasons, if any, why you don't really sit in my client's company?
Kan u dan voor ons verduidelijken, voor ons zeggen, hoekom zit u niet in zijn gezelschap is aan reden?
Wanneer dan, wat betekent nooit in zijn gezelschap gezet, nee?
Because I've never sat in his company, or I've never been in his company before.
Wanneer hij doet mij alright gelijk, yeah.
Because he did not look alright to me.
Oh. I'm not going to pursue that now. I'll come back to your answer later. Now, when did Ayanda leave Saldanha?
Wanneer het Ayanda weggaan van Saldanha?
Hij was een maart man.
It was in March month. March.
You want to ask me which year? I'll ask March of which year?
Wat jaar? Maart van wat jaar?
2024.
2024. March 2024.
Why did he leave?
Hoekom het hy weggegaan? Hoekom het hy weggegaan?
Want die mensen was op oren geweest.
Because it was a bit chaotic, my lord.
can we dwell in this chaos? I don't know what to mean.
En ieder van ons verduidelijk als Christen die is wat op was op gelukkig is, kan ieder verduidelijk.
My Lord, ik weet nog niet of ik mag het zeggen of ik weet nog niet hoe om te zeggen nog niet. Maar
I don't know whether I'm permitted to say or I don't know how to say that or we are saying. Say that in the meaning
soos my Lord, ek ken nie net die mense nie. Nou, wat was mense gewees na Ayanda toe gekom.
just I don't know the people, my Lord, the people that came to Ayanda.
Maar ek weet nie of dit 'n speurder is nie.
I don't know whether it's a detective.
Maar hulle werk op die polisie.
They also work for the police.
Toe hulle gekom na Ayanda toe,
They came to Ayanda.
het Ayanda gevat, die ander mense van Ayanda gevat polisie toe.
The other people took Ayanda to the police station.
Toe die mense van die polisie weer, toe hulle na my toe gekom.
And the people that works for the police came to me.
En hulle het vir my gesê, maar die polisie en die binogie het van Ayanda gevat.
And they said that the police and I don't know who else took Ayanda
Tot die polisie
to the police station
wou ondervraag of nou nie verwacht nie.
to ask him questions but I don't know for what.
En toe die mense kom na my toe,
The people came to me.
toe sê hulle vir my,
They told me
jy moet by Linkie sy huis gaan sit,
I must go sit and think his house
want Linkie was saam met my gewees die dag.
because Linky was with me that day.
Toe hulle vir my laat vergeet gaan sit ek by Linkie sy huis.
They gave me a lift and I went to go sit at Linky's house.
En dan hulle terugkom by die polisie af,
When they came back from the police station,
gaan hulle toe daar, gaan hulle my kry by Linkie sy huis.
and they will get me or find me at Linky's house.
En niemand het geweet ek is daar by Linkie sy huis nie.
Nobody knew or no one knew that I was at Linky's house.
En toe die mense kom vir my kwaad,
The people came and fetched me.
ek gevra waar toe gaan ek.
When I asked where am I going,
Toe sê die man vir my, een van die man sê waar toe ons gaan nie.
and the person of the man said that I mustn't tell anyone where we are going.
Toe klim ek in die ryding aan met my 2 kinders.
I got into the motor vehicle with my 2 children.
En toe ons gaan polisie toe.
We went to the police station.
En toe ons gewag sê maar hier aan buite kant ek met 2 kinders en die mense wat saam gery het.
We went there and waited about an hour outside, myself and the 2 children and the people that we lived there.
Toe kom haar aan 'n bakkie
Another party came there
saam met Ayanda.
with Ayanda.
En toe Ayanda kom na my toe.
Ayanda came to me.
Maar so ek afgestaan is,
How I understood,
as die mense wat so die hokke afsluit.
how I understood it, my Lord, is the people that demolish shops.
En toe Ayanda ingeklim aan die bakkie, wat aan die bakkie gery.
Ayanda got into the party and left with the party.
Maar ek het Ayanda gevra waar toe ons gaan.
I asked Ayanda, where are we going?
En Ayanda het my so, ons gaan Langebaan se kant toe.
Ayanda said that we're going to Langaban's direction or Langaban side.
En ek en Ayanda net 2 kinders het saam gegaan saam met die man gewees wat gery het.
Myself and Ayanda went and it was only the man that was driving.
Dus ek het gesê was die safe house gewees.
As I understood, my Lord, it was in this safe house.
Die ons daar gebly.
We stayed there.
Vir 2-3 weke was ons daar gewees.
We stayed there for 2-3 weeks.
En toe die ander mense kom wat vir die polisie beheer.
Other people came that worked for the police
Want die vrou hulle toe op gesoek na Joshlin.
and they were looking or searching for Joshlin.
En daar was nog ander mense, er was klomp mense wat daar na toe gekom het.
And there were other people as well. There was a lot of people that came there as well.
En het was geslaan daar by huis.
And they assaulted the beat us up there at the house.
Nou het is gewaai van my kinders wat daar gewees het.
They also did not worry about my children that were there.
En die next dag kom maar weer mense.
The following day, people came again.
Ek weet nie of het was low shedding, maar die kraan was afgewees aan gewees.
I don't know whether it was load shedding, my Lord, but the electricity was all the evening.
En die mense wat klaar was om hulle sig te gaan, maskers sig was so gewees.
People had me by clouds, my Lord, the witness shows and masks, so my Lord.
En hulle het tanden gehad by hulle.
They had firearms on them.
En hulle toppen gehad waar ons gezichten in de
Tops.
boom betekent.
They had tops like a bomber jacket maroon where we had to put in our faces.
En was hier zo mijn navragen vraag.
It was basically for me, my after was asked a question.
Toen zei maar ik weet niet waar Joshlin is.
I said that I don't know where Joshlin is.
En toen willen we dus een bomber jacket ingedrukt.
And they placed my head on my face in the bomber jacket.
En je kon bezig met om mijn lichaam te draaien.
And the blanket was wrapped around my body.
In tweede aan toen ik ga weten waar kan je Joshlin gelopen.
And further, I went to make sure that which side of the Joshlin walked to.
Want dat was die vrouw waar of mij nog vragen. Dus zei ik maar niet die waar Joshlin is.
Because that's a question they asked me, and I said that I don't know where Joshlin is.
Maar het gezegd Stefanos niet gezegd ik weet waar wat ik aan Joshlin gelopen.
Stefano said that I'm the one that knows where Joshlin walked to.
Sorry, was Stefano there? Or those people said?
Uiteindelijk, Stefano daar geweest, uiteindelijk is het zo gezegd.
Die mensen zo gezegd.
The people said that.
In tweede aan toen ik zelf met mijn samenleving.
And furthermore, they said that I must ride with him.
Toen ik gaan samenleving.
I'll be with him.
Toen ik mijn kinderen bij Ayanda gelost.
I left my children with Ayanda.
Ik samenleving gesearched in die posten en ik voor Joshlin.
I searched with them in the bushes, searching for Joshlin.
Toen was ik zo bang geweest.
I was so scared.
Toen wil ik haar toepen.
I wanted to run.
Toen zelf met haar mischiet.
They said they're going to shoot me.
Toen ik ga blijven staan bij die mensen.
I did not run, I stood there by the people.
En dan wil ik vandaag aan de politie gewezen.
Can you believe that?
En dan wil ik vandaag aan de politie ze kan gewezen. En dat we hier kan staan.
They did not want to be near the police, my lord. They just stood at the side.
En dan die kan voor mij geweest.
They showed me the firearm.
En toen ons weer in elkaar geklop en die pakje was in elkaar geklop en toen wij ons.
We got into the bike again and we left. In the motor vehicle we left.
Toen daar toen weet ik pas die voers de mensen aankomen bij Jazbel.
On the road, they find the road as you go into Israel.
Ik oorklom naar andere rijden aan.
And I went over to another motor vehicle.
Toen daar andere mensen van weg genoemd via wat we gaan rijden.
And the other man, those men there, my lord, took me to the point where I was taken from, or where I was.
Is that how it sounds for the other place?
As a baby, he starts to get so get Langaman. The witness is emotional, my lord.
Was een lange baan geweest.
In Langaman, my lord.
Finish this portion. Can otherwise
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Promover, vamos.
Ayanda was by die huis gewees, by die kinders.
Ayanda was at home for the children.
At your place.
By Langebaan.
I don't think the microphone of the witness is on. Now, just before you continue, Ms. Mkapai, there's something I was thinking about that we might want to clarify, because we have the plea explanations. We've also heard other evidence about an incident that happened on the 29th. Can you maybe describe these bakkies that were involved in what seems to be an abduction and a torture that you described?
Kan u vir ons 'n prakties doen om voorvoel te verduidelik dat ons wat so goed voorstel dat we die prakties doen, maar dat is ook van ontvoering en waar een van ons was.
Dit was 'n bakkie wat 'n kap agter gehad het en was geskryf langs die sides, maar ek kan nie onthou wat was geskryf was.
It was a vacuum window with a canopy at the back. There was some writing along the side, but I can't remember what was written on the sides. Kan u clear by the voorbeeld?
Dit was wat maar was nog 'n kalk by my, kan nie uit maar wat 'n kalk was onthou nie.
It was white in color, but there was another color as well, but I can't remember what color it was.
Thank you, Ms. Mkapai.
Thank you, my lord. Do you remember the place where this assault took place?
En u nou die plek waar die aanranding plaasgevind het, waar was die aanranding?
Ek weet nie wat 'n plek maar so Langebaan in.
I don't know the place, but it's somewhere in Langebaan.
Was my friend Stevino amongst the people who were assaulted?
Was my vriend Stevino tussen die mense wat aangerand was?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Do you still remember the date of this assault?
Kan u die datum onthou wanneer van hierdie aanranding?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Was Asanda also assaulted?
Asanda or Ayanda?
Ayanda. Was Ayanda also assaulted?
Was Ayanda ook aangerand?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, my question to you before what you called case, my question to you was, how did he leave? How did Ayanda leave Saldanha?
With Ayanda dan Saldanha gegaan, with hy verloor van Saldanha.
Van Langebaan af, toe ons in Langebaan gewees het, daar vanaf toe gaan ons polisiestasie, toe Langebaan se polisiestasie.
From Langebaan, my lord, in Langebaan, we went to Langebaan police station.
O daar gebly vir 2 dae, 3 dae wanneer hy sy boel gekom het in Fort Square. 2, 3 dae.
We stayed there to about 2 or 3 days.
If you can, before you give me an explanation, I don't need an explanation per se. Just tell me, how did Ayanda leave Saldanha? If you can.
As ek kan vir my sê with Ayanda weggegaan van Saldanha. Ek wil hê julle moet vertel my as jy dit kan sê hoe dit weggegaan van Saldanha.
As die Joshlin se case,
Because of Joshlin's case,
Yes, but how did he leave?
would they
Did somebody take him away? Did he drive away? Did he take a taxi or a bus? Do you know?
het hy 'n taxi gevat?
iemand het hom kwaal.
Someone came to fetch him. Someone came to fetch him.
Where was he when this someone came to fetch him?
Waar was hy gewees toe hierdie persoon kom haal?
Hy was daar by sy broers huis gewees.
He was at his brother's house.
Can you say he left against his will or he voluntarily left Saldanha?
So you can say hy sê eie wil uitgeloop of hy was forceer om Saldanha te gaan.
Hy persoonlik vir hom gevra as hy beter wou om met Saldanha Bay te gaan.
The person, wat het hy?
Die persoon het hom gevra of het vir hom gesê as hy beter is te wou om met Saldanha Bay te gaan.
The person asked him, my lord, and said that is the better way or that's the best way to get out of Saldanha.
Do you know the person?
Wat die persoon is, dat ken jy die persoon?
Ek ken nie die persoon nie, maar ek weet sy gesig.
I don't know the person, but I know the person's face.
Were you also present when this person arrived and fetched Ayanda?
Was u ook teenwoordig die tyd wat die persoon daar gekom het en vir Ayanda gevat het?
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
And you were left behind.
En u was agtergelos.
Ek het saam met hom gegaan.
Kan u weer sê?
Ek het saam met hom gegaan.
I left with him.
When Ayanda was leaving Saldanha, you said you left together. Was he happy? We're talking about somebody who has 3 business interests in Saldanha. Was he happy when he was leaving Saldanha?
U het gesê dit was Ayanda weg van Saldanha af gaan hê, u het saam met hom gegaan. Was hy gelukkig geweest om Saldanha uit te gaan want iemand nou hy 3 besighede gehad?
Nee, hy was nie gelukkig nie.
No, he was not happy.
Do you know the reasons why he had to leave?
Weet nie die rede hoekom moet hy gegaan het?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Not sure whether I heard correctly. This person who took him away and suggested it would be better for him to take away. Was this person linked in any event to the people that were questioning you?
Ek gaan net terug gaan bietjie net. Die persoon wat gekom het en gesê het dit is die beste manier om 'n beter way om in Saldanha uit te kom, is die deel van die mense wat vir hom of vir hom aangeraak het.
Dit is die mense wat vir hom wat nou om te kom met informasie dat hy moet weggaan.
Kan u weer eens zeggen?
Dat is de eerste mensen wat voor hem gesê het, dat is de betere manier om uit Saldanha Bay te gaan.
That the first people, the people that told him that that is a better way or the best way to get out of Saldanha, my lord.
Were these different people to the ones that took you to Langebaan?
Was dit die verschillende mensen geweest, was het die andere mensen geweest wat die vir Saldanha Bay toe geleer het? Langebaan, my lord.
Dat is
Langebaan.
correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
So two different groups of people.
So, twee verschillende groepen.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, thank you.
It's just two steps advance. I'm sorry about that. This person who said this will be the better way or the best way to leave Saldanha. What was your understanding of that? Because I don't understand it. This will be the best way for you to leave Saldanha.
Die persoon wat gesê het dit is die beste way of die beste manier om Saldanha uit te gaan. Ek verstaan, kan u, wat het u verstaan met dit?
Want die mensen was op hoger geweest, die mensen willen die ook aanpraten van Ayanda. Dat is hoekom, dus ik denk dat is de reden hoekom die persoon gezegd Ayanda moet weggaan.
It's because it was a bit chaotic here in Saldanha, my lord, and the people wanted also to break down our shack, my lord. And for my assumption, I took it that the person was saying that is the best way to get out of Saldanha because of that.
And which mode of transport did you use to leave Saldanha?
Wat soort voertuig het u gebruik om uit Saldanha te kom?
Dat was hulle voertuig geweest.
It was their mode of transport.
This person's transport.
Was dit hierdie persoon se voertuig?
Dat was die polisie se transport geweest.
It was a police transport.
This person who came to where you were and Ayanda, was he a civilian or a policeman?
Die persoon wat na u toe gekom het in Ayanda, was dit 'n polisiebeampte gewees of was dit maar net 'n persoon van die publieke normale mens?
Soos ek verstaan, soos ek al gehoord Ayanda en die mansmens praat,
How I understood, my lord, and so I saw Ayanda and this man was speaking.
en ek het al vir Ayanda gevra,
I asked Ayanda,
wie is die persoon?
who is this person?
Toe het Ayanda aan my gesê,
Ayanda said to me,
dat is 'n speerder of 'n kaptein, ek is so seker wat 'n kaptein of 'n speerder is.
and Ayanda said that the detective, I'm not sure what they said, that the detective or captain.
Did you leave the same day when this man came or you left the following day?
Het julle geloop, dis het dieselfde dag geloop of dieselfde dag wat die man gekom het of op 'n ander dag?
Ons het dieselfde tyd as ons geloop.
We left the same time.
To understand so that we don't get confused. There was this group of people that took you to Langebaan initially,
Daar was hierdie groep mense wat julle Langebaan toe geneem het.
Dat is correct, my
and, there,
lord.
and that's where the incidents with the bomber jacket and the blankets happened.
En dit is waar die bomberjacket incident en die kombers incident gebeur het.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Thereafter, you and Ayanda, you went to Langebaan police station.
Nadat u en Ayanda het julle Langebaan polisiestasie toe gegaan.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
That's where you stayed for 2 to 3 days, and then somebody with a police vehicle fetched you there.
En dit is waar julle gebly vir 2 tot 3 dae en dit is iemand wat daar gekom het wat julle kom aan het.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
But Were you fetched from the police station or from Ayanda's brother's house?
Was u gehaal van die polisiestasie af van Ayanda se broershuis?
Na bij Langebaanse politiestatie, ons weer teruggegaan tot daar bij zijn broer zit, tot die persoon voor squal daar zo.
After near Langebaan police station Malod, went to Ayanda's brother's house, that's where they fetched us.
Thank you, Ms. Mkabai.
Thank you. Now this policeman first you to where did it take you?
Hierdie polisievoertuig het die vir hulle gehaal, vir hulle gehaal en waar toe dit vir hulle geneem.
Van Langebaanse politiestatie af tot in Saldanha Bay bij zijn broershuis.
He took us from Langebaan police station and took us to his brother's house in Saldanha Bay.
I am at his brother's house now.
Ek is nou by die broershuis, nee?
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
At his brother's house, where did this policeman take you to?
Van die broershuis af, waar toe die polisievoertuig vir hulle geneem.
Cape Town, ik weet niet waar in Cape Town, waar bij zijn broer.
In Cape Town, I don't know where his brother resides in Cape Town.
Wait. So from Langebaan, you didn't come back to Saldanha.
So,
Ayanda's brother, does he live in Cape Town somewhere?
bly Ayanda se broer iewers in die Kaap en hulle het nie teruggekom Saldanha Bay toe nie.
Een broer bleef en die twee broers bleef in Kapen en een broer bleef in Saldanha Bay.
Two brothers reside in Cape Town and the one other brother resides in Saldanha Bay.
So were you taken from the brother in Saldanha to another brother in Cape Town?
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you have any chance, any opportunity to go to your house before this police van took you to Cape Town?
Het u 'n kans gehad om u na u huis te gaan voor hierdie voertuig vir u Kaap te geneem het?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Then from Cape Town, where did you go?
Dan van die Kaap af, want het julle gegaan?
Toen ons daar gebleven op zijn broers, bij de jaard bij zijn broer.
We stayed at the brother's yard
In Cape Town.
in die Kaap.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Is Ayanda still in Cape Town?
Is Ayanda nog steeds in die Kaap?
Hij is in Eastern Cape.
He's in the Eastern Cape.
We know that from Saldanha, you were driven in a police van to Cape Town. Do you know whether he was still driven by the police van from Cape Town to the Eastern Cape?
Ons weet dat van hierdie kant af van Saldanha af, nee, jy het in 'n polisievoertuig gery Kaap toe. So nou wat ons probeer wil weet is dat van die Kaap af tot in die Oos-Kaap was hy gery deur die polisie of in die polisievoertuig.
Ik weet niet of hij of zijn weet gereden nee.
I don't know if he drove or he went with whom. I don't know.
He didn't tell you how he traveled to the Eastern Cape from Cape Town.
Hy het nie vir u gesê hoe het hy gery of gegaan van die uit die Kaap uit na die Oos-Kaap toe.
Ik was niet altijd bij deze, ik was altijd aan die politie daar, bij die tronk geweest.
I was not at home that time. I was at the prison.
Saldanha.
So waar was u gearresteer in die Kaap of u in Saldanha Bay?
In Saldanha Bay.
Hier in Saldanha, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. Before the disappearance of Joshlin.
Voor Joshlin verdwyn het,
Did Ayanda ever discuss him one day going to the Eastern Cape or relocating or leaving Saldanha?
voor Joshlin weggeraak het, het Ayanda ooit gepraat om te sê dat hy sal beoog om terug te gaan Oos-Kaap toe.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Where in the Eastern Cape?
Waar in die Oos-Kaap?
Ik weet niet of ik nog recht zijn in een Yellowvale of... Maar het is aan een Yellowvale.
I can't really say is it in Yellowvale or is it in Yellowvale Malone, but somewhere in Yellowvale.
Do you know in which district are your children residing?
En weet u waar in de, wat het tussen bly u kinders?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
It is enough for you to know that they are in the Eastern Cape with Ayanda. That information is enough.
Dat is die informatie wat u het, dit is maar net genoeg om te sê hulle sal met die Ayanda in die Oos-Kaap.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Why you didn't ask him the district in which they are in the Eastern Cape?
Hoekom het u nie gevra nie waar presies in die Oos-Kaap?
Hy het vir my gesê hy is by sy ma.
He said that it is at his mother's place.
Where?
Waar?
Eastern Cape is big.
Oos-Kaap is groot.
Ik weet niet waar, maar hy het gesê hy het net genoem die naam Yellowvale.
I don't know where, but he just named the name and said Yellowvale.
Can you show the slide? Now you are at your evidence. In your evidence, I'm sorry. You testify that on the 18th and in the morning,
En u se getuienis het getuig dat op die 18de, die oggend,
while you were going to Kelly's place, you saw a bakkie.
terwyl u op pad na Kelly's huis toe, u het 'n bakkie gesien.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now it has come to this court that the bakkie you alleged that you've seen on the 18th, it was not there on the 18th. It was there on the 17th of February 2024.
Ons het nog gehoor of dit bygekom dat die bakkie wat u sê u dit op die 18de gesien, dit was nie gesien, die getuienis wat daar is dit was op die 17de, die bakkie was daar gewees die 17de.
May I please? That wasn't evidence that was laid in court. It was reference made to an affidavit that has only provisionally been allowed. As the court
I'll
pleases.
allow the question, but maybe again, as I've impressed upon Mr. Harmse, when we work with a witness, try and put a little bit of context. So we're now dealing with the bakkie, the detective bakkie that came there for the chicken theft.
Stel,
That's correct, my lord.
that's correct, my lord.
So you've heard from Mr. Harmse that, and there's a statement that he handed in,
U het nog gehoor,
that policeman says he was there on the Saturday, the 17th, and not Sunday, the 18th.
U het gehoor tydens wat meneer Harmse u vraag gevra het, dat hierdie bakkie was daar gewees die 17de, die Saterdag en nie die 18de, die bakkie van die wonderdiefstal.
Die bakkie het die Sondag gekom.
The bakkie came there the Sunday.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Now the court has already asked you that question. I wanted to hear what is your comment on that. I'll leave that question. Now the picture you've painted before this court and in your evidence in chief is that
Die prentjie wat u voor die hof gesit het en wat u gesê het tydens wat u getuig het,
the reason why you left your house that morning is because you wanted to ask food for your children from Kelly.
en die rede wat die rede wat u die oggend geloop het of gegaan het na Kelly toe is om kos te vra vir u kinders.
That's correct.
That's correct.
But I see you standing there the whole morning and afternoon without asking food for your children.
Ek sien u is daar die hele oggend en die middag, maar u het nie kos gevra nie vir u kinders nie.
Vir Kelly nou.
From Kelly now.
Where were you going to ask food from?
Waar sou u kos gevra het dan?
When you were leaving your house in the morning?
By Kelly,
From Kelly.
Yes.
ek het vir haar,
I did ask her.
That will be evidence number 4. You know evidence in chief. You didn't. Under preservation, you asked why you didn't. You came with the new story of Ayanda sending somebody at home with money. Is you that you did indeed ask for food for your kids?
Can you just please repeat the last part, please?
Again, let's try and assist the witness. You've established very well the background of the witness, and I think we need to be sensitive, not try and confuse the witness. And I'm not saying you attempting to do that, but it is just with respect to the witness and her abilities. So when you took the food to Ayanda, you told us that he was going to send somebody with money so that you can buy food. But you've told us the whole story of going to the house, and I'm not going to rerun the question of whether the kids were with or not. I think we've had enough of that. Then, of course, the detective was there about the chickens.
U het gaan of na om kos te gaan vra vir die kinders en ek gaan nie alles herhaal oor wat dit gebeur was die kinders saam of nie en die speler wat daar gewees of die onderste beampte was daar gewees oor die hoenders diefstal.
But then the story, it became a bit chaotic there because now Buta and Kelly were arguing.
Maar nou die goed was bietjie chaos gewees want Kelly en Boeta het 'n stryery gehad.
that's correct.
That's correct.
So, unless I've missed it, Ms. Nkabai is correct. Up till now, you haven't told us that you've asked Kelly for food.
En miskien as ek dit gemis het nie, van Kawaii is reg want tot hierdie punt u het nog nie vir ons gesê nie, het u die kos gevra vir die kinders.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Dat jy nog nie vir ons gesê het nie, that you
Dat
didn't
u
tell
nog
us
nie vir
yet,
ons gesê het dat u het kos gevra.
except now.
Behalwe nou.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now you can ask Ms. Nkabai.
Now, at this hour, you are telling this court that you asked food for your kids from Kelly.
Nou op hierdie u sê vir ons dat u het kos gevra vir u kinders van Kelly af. U het vir Kelly gevra vir kos vir die kinders.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Is
Did
it
you ask food?
I vra kos my kinders.
Yes, I asked for food for my kids.
Why did you ask food for your kids from Kelly?
Hoekom het u vir Kelly gevra vir kos vir die kinders?
Want daar was er nog kos vir my en my kinders gewees, wat het vir Ayanda.
Because there was not enough food for myself and the children, it was for Ayanda.
The answer you are giving me now, it is totally different to the answer you've given to my learned colleague.
Die antwoord wat u nou vir my gee, dit is 'n ander antwoord nou as soos u vir die ander prokureur gegee het.
I'm going to remind you. In your evidence in chief,
In getuienis in hoof,
you testify that after you watched what happened, then you testify that then you left for your home to prepare food for your kids in Ayanda.
u het gesê dat u na u huis toe gegaan om kos te gaan maak vir u en vir Ayanda.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And my learned colleague for the state asked you,
And
what time was that now?
En die staataanklaer het vir u vraag gevra, hoe laat was dit?
That's correct.
That's correct.
And your answer was, it was 1 p.m.
En u se antwoord was dit was 1 uur.
A follow-up question was,
En die volgende vraag was,
where did you get the food
en die
that
antwoord
you were going to prepare for your kids?
en die vraag was, waar het u die kos gekry wat u sal reggemaak het vir die kinders?
Still remember that?
Kan u dit onthou? No?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now you brought a new piece of evidence that you've never mentioned in your evidence in chief. You said Ayanda sent a guy. First guy was to fetch the polish, and the second guy was to give you money to buy food for the kids.
En u het nou nuwe getuienis voor die hof gesê. U het gesê die eerste persoon het daar gekom vir die polish, om die polish kom halen, en die ander een het geld gebring om die kos te gaan koop.
Dat is maar die waarheid.
That is the truth.
Please explain to me. Maybe there's something that I don't understand from your answers.
Kan u dan vir my verduidelik, miskien dat iets wat ek nie verstaan van u se getuienis af nie?
Because two different versions cannot be the truth.
Want twee verskillende goed kan nie die waarheid wees nie.
Hoe bedoel, mevrouw?
How do you mean, ma'am?
You are telling me now that you did ask food.
U sê nou vir ons dat u het kos gevra van Kelly.
When this question was put to you yesterday or the day before, you said no. Some Ayanda sent somebody to you with money. I remember the court, even the court asked you, what time where did you get the time to buy? It was flour and flakes. Where did you get that time? Maize, yes. Maize and meat. Where did you get that time?
En u wat ook gevra, nadat u was gevra, nee, dus die antwoord is dat Ayanda het iemand gestuur om die geld om kos gaan koop nie. Dit was die loon geweest en die vleis. En die hof het ook u gevra, hoe laat was die tyd?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now, tell me, which one is the truth?
Nou sê vir my wat die een is die waarheid.
Voor Ayanda weer toe gaan, het ek en Ayanda gepraat oor die kos van vanmiddag.
Before Ayanda went to work, myself and Ayanda spoke about the food for the afternoon.
En toe het iemand gestuur om die polisie te kom halen, vra ek vir die persoon.
And he sent someone to come and fetch the polish, and I asked this person,
Hoe laat is dit?
and what time it is. Goed, en dan wat u nou vir die hof sê as dit die waarheid is.
Why did you tell this court that when you left your house in that morning, you went to ask food for your kids from Kelly, if Ayanda was going to provide for you?
Dan hoekom het u dan as dit die waarheid is as u getuige dat u die oggend geloop, nee, om kos te gaan vra by Kelly vir die kinders as Ayanda sou geld gegee het vir kos?
Dit was die oggend dat daar nie genoeg kos gewees vir my kinders nie.
It was the morning, my Lord, when there was not enough food for myself and the kids.
En
The witness was wanted to explain further, my Lord. Gaan vir mevrou.
in die middag het Ayanda die geld gestuur om kos te maak vir die middag vir ons om te eet.
And Ayanda sent the money the afternoon so that we can make food for the afternoon.
I'm still in the morning. I didn't go to the evening or in the afternoon. I'm I'm asking you questions regarding the morning.
Ek is nog steeds besig met die oggend, mevrou, ek is nog nie by die middag nie.
Does it make sense for you? If Ayanda is telling you that I'm going to send money, for you to take your children and say I'm going to Kelly to ask food for my kids?
Can you please repeat the first part, please?
Before Ayanda left for work,
Voor Ayanda werk toe gegaan het,
you discussed the budget of food for the afternoon, for the kids and for him.
julle het gepraat oor die kos vir die middag vir u en die kinders.
That's correct.
That's correct.
If now you were given that promise or that hope by Ayanda, why did you tell this court that you went to Kelly to ask food for the kids?
As Ayanda dan u daai hoop gegee het net dat geld gestuur word om kos te gaan koop vir die kinders vir die middag. Hoekom het u dan na Kelly toe gegaan om kos te gaan vra die oggend?
Dat was mijn eigen, ik heb voor mezelf gezegd, ik ga daar bij Kelly zijn en ga koos vragen voor mijn kinders.
I told myself that I'm going to Kelly's house and ask food for my children.
You know why you are making all these unnecessary discrepancies in your evidence?
Weet jy hoekom is daar so verskillend die so foute is in wat u sê?
Do you know the reason why?
Weet u die rede?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
You want me to tell you the reason why you are making these discrepancies?
Wil u hê ek moet vir u sê hoekom is daar so foute?
Mevrouw kan maar zeggen,
You may say, ma'am,
Because you are lying.
as want u praat leuns.
ik lieg niet.
I'm not lying.
You told the court in the morning
U het vir die hof gesê die oggend
that your mother and your father disciplined you.
en u het gesê dat u se ma en pa het vir dissipline.
Dat is correct.
Yes, that's correct.
It's common cause. It was not the first time you were going at Kelly's place on the 18th.
Ons weet dat dit was nie die eerste keer wat u na Kelly se huis gegaan het daai dag,
As you said in your evidence.
soos u gesê het in u se getuienis.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
When you visit them, as you said, accuse one and accuse two, they are friends. When you visit them, how do you enter their house?
As u nou na hulle toe gaan om vir hulle te gaan kuier nie, hoe gaan u in die huis in?
Ik klop aan die deur.
I knock at the door.
Why on this day, on the 18th of February 2024, you chose not to knock at the door, but to go and stand in the corner?
Hoekom op hierdie dag op die 18de, nee, die 18de van Februarie maand 2024, u het nie gaan kloppie by die deurie, maar u het gekies om agter te staan in die hoek.
Want ik gehoor stemmen.
It's because I heard voices.
They are your friends. If you heard voices, was not a right for you to knock and inquire what was happening? These are your friends.
Soos u sê, is u vriende nie, as u nou stemme gehoor het, wat het nie net reg om te klop, om te vra wat gaan aan.
Nee, ik heb eerst stilgestaan om te luisteren wat de stemmen is daarvoor dat ik ga kloppen.
No, I first stood still to hear the voices, whose voices are those.
Okay. You didn't only stood there. You stood there and eavesdropped.
U het nie daar gestaan nie, u het daar gestaan en geluister. Afgeluister.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Why did you do that?
Hoekom het u dit gedoen?
Want ik heb geluisterd wat de stemmen is in die huis.
Because I was listening whose voices or which voices are those in the house.
That is a private property.
Dat is iemand se eiendom.
You don't respect people's spaces.
U respekteer nie iemand se plek nie, of goed nie.
Ik heb gehoord stemmen in de kamer, wat de stem, ik geluisterd wat de stemmen in de kamer in. Toe hoor ek Kelly en Boeta praat in die kamer.
I heard the voices in the room, my lord, and I heard that is Kelly and Buta's voices in the room.
Don't you know that people in their private spaces, they've got a right to privacy?
Weet nie dat mense op hulle eie private plek, hulle private goed.
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you think what you did is allowed or permitted by the morals of the society?
Dink jy nou wat jy nou gedoen het is reg om daar te staan en afluister mense in hulle eie plekke?
Ek weet dit is reg, maar ek het gehoor wat Kelly en Boeta gepraat het.
Yes, I know it's not correct or right, but I heard what Kelly and Buta spoke about or said.
With due respect before this court, my lord, I request to stop here. Tomorrow I want to start on my client's instructions.
The defense counsel and the state judges earlier about the planning for this afternoon. Now, you would be aware that the interpreter's been struggling the whole morning. So we need to give her a break as well. And it's been a long day for the witness. Witness has been on the witness stand for a long time now. But also it makes sense when you cross-examine that you split it up at a sensible point. We would not have finished with a witness this afternoon because we normally adjourn at 3 because we start an hour earlier than the normal time. So I'm going to take the adjournment now till tomorrow morning. We must try and finish this witness by tomorrow afternoon. So we might push a little bit during the day. We're going to have 2 interpreters tomorrow to assist us. So that we can plan for the next 3 days where we're going. Not going to push counsel too hard. I know you're almost there. It is now your instructions, Mr. Nkabai, and Mr. Sievenerijn will have the better part of the day. So that we just try and utilize our time. Today is a bit of a difficult situation, so I also don't want us not to have Ms. Bulani tomorrow with no voice. Then it's not helpful at all. So till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Mr. Apollos, Mr. Van Rijn, you know the drill by now. Malmesbury Correctional Center. Ms. Smith, you will be held at Langebaan SAPS. And then hopefully we can make up some of the time tomorrow. Court will adjourn till tomorrow morning at 9.